is here with us. And finally, we also have Terrell Manasco, one of our producers. Even though our location has changed, the excitement of the upcoming football season is obviously in the air. We know everything gets kicked off for our area with media days, just like it does in the SEC. Zach, we'll turn to you. We had a lot of excitement last year. I think we've got a couple of teams in this year that could be high-level elite, and then teams will gradually grow as the year goes on.
There are a lot of quality teams and good coaches. You'll hear from one of them in a minute. But the coaches around here are top-notch, and it trickles down to the teams, and they build up. This year we're expecting several playoff teams. Hopefully we'll have some that we're not expecting jump up into that playoff realm. But it's something we'll all see when the season starts in, about 40 days?
Yeah, right around in there. Good insight, Zach. James, you being obviously very familiar with this area for a long time, covering sports so much, the crop of coaches right now, I think, is one of our best that we've ever seen. A lot of the guys that we're seeing coming in that are brand new coaches have a chance to really take this by the horns.
Yeah, Brian, I think we're seeing a lot of young guys coming up. We see kind of a new generation coming in of coaches. I feel like we've got a lot of teams that are right on that cusp of doing something. And so whether that's, hey, we almost make the playoffs, we do make the playoffs, I feel like there's teams that are just one or two plays away, which, I mean, you can say that every season. Every game's one or two plays usually. But I really think that's going to be something we see this year. And it's going to be how hard do the kids work, how hard do the coaches work, and what do they put in, leading up, starting now and leading up to that first game. What do they put in? That's going to make the difference when it comes playoff time.
Our first team that we're going to be starting off with today will be the Curry Yellow Jackets. Head coach Jace Cordell returns for his second season. Zach, when you look at Curry, I know you particularly are looking at that first game, that big rivalry game. So why don't you throw out your thoughts on that?
I sure will. That first game, August 22nd, it's a Thursday night, the only game in the area. Carbon Hill and Curry at GW Keith Stadium in Carbon Hill. The rivalry had 2 years off, and it's going to be really nice to see them reunite. Something I didn't realize is that Carbon Hill's got a 5-game winning streak going, though it seems like the rivalry's been more even. The last time Curry won was in 2016 at Curry by the score of 70-46. That was one of the most fun games I've ever seen in my life. I really enjoyed watching that one, but that's off subject. So Curry, they last year went 1-9. Really have a decent team coming back, a great coach, and we'll hear from him in a minute. But definitely going to be interested to see that first game. We'll get Carbon Hill later in the day, get their thoughts on that game as well.
James, we'll turn our second question to you. How is it starting off the season with a really big rivalry? What's your thoughts on it?
It's just like when you've seen Dora and Cordova start the year together. Teams like Curry and Carbon Hill playing against each other to start, people are already excited. Everybody's undefeated. That makes the rivalry even bigger. Because if it's the end of the year, hey, it may be one team's had a bad year, one team hasn't. That first week, everybody's undefeated. Everybody wants that first win. And it's really, it's fun to see. Gets all the communities involved. It's like if you put the Iron Bowl at the beginning of the season. We're all used to it being at the end. But you put that thing at the beginning of the season, imagine how cranked up all the fans would be.
Yeah, because of all the mistakes and turnovers too, probably.
Exactly,
well,
exactly.
And all the penalties. You guys, we know that time of the year, those first couple of games, is going to be absolutely pockmarked with a lot of mistakes that you won't see in a week 6 or 7. So our big thing that I'm looking at is when you start off that first part of the season, it's kind of everybody's ball game, isn't it?
It is, and you were saying about how teams, they make a lot of mistakes first game of the season. A great thing about a big rivalry at the very start is teams tend to be more focused. They're going to be more focused, and you'll probably see less mistakes. But you're right. You're absolutely right. So I'm definitely looking forward to it.
Well, guys, we're going to go ahead and introduce the Curry Yellow Jackets now. Head coach Jace Cordell will introduce his two players. He'll give us an opening statement, and from that point on, after your opening statement, we'll open it up for questions. So, Coach Cordell, if you could please introduce your players.
All right, to my left is Keegan Latham. He's a senior this year. And to my right is Carden Bruce. He's also a senior this year. These guys have they've been in the program for 4 years, and they've worked hard, and they've done everything that has been asked of them, whether I was the coach or coaches before me. They never miss. They always show up at everything that we've got going on. These guys are dependable. I don't have to question their loyalty to the program or the school or anything. Great team players, never complain. I'm blessed to be here in Curry. The good Lord, He continues to bless me every day with, being around great people, great kids, even though I'm undeserving to be blessed the way He blesses me. And we take that into our program. We try to keep God first and give Him the glory, whether it's, good or bad, because things could always be worse. We got a lot of good things going on in the community at Curry right now. We've just recently got into our new athletic facility, and it's one of the largest in the state. It's around 37,000 square feet. Got a brand new weight room in there. The guys have been hitting it hard. They're really excited about it. We have an open house for that coming up on July 16th from 6 to 8 p.m. and hoping to have a big turnout for that. There's pictures floating around on the internet and stuff right now, but pictures really don't do it justice till you walk inside. It'll blow your hat off when you go in. Guys are really fortunate to have that, and they're taking advantage of it every day that we're in there. I told you guys last year that coming in, we got to change the culture. We got to change the way we think, the way we attack things on a daily basis, and we started that last year, and we've been working on it and just building on it. And we got a lot of guys that's really bought in and, are trusting the things that we're doing as a program, as a team. And, I couldn't be more pleased with that. We got a couple of new faces coming out this year that we didn't have last year. And I expect that, that's going to kind of continue to trend on as we move through the years of, changing the place at Curry. Okay. I know we didn't have the season that we wanted to have last year, and, really and truly anything other than an undefeated season, it ain't the season you wanted to have, okay? But, these guys and these kids at Curry, they work just as hard, and, I personally feel like we work harder than anybody across the state. I asked them to do things that I've been a part of staffs that kids wasn't asked to do, the difficult things that I'm asking them to do and put them through. I push them to a breaking point, on a daily basis, and they just keep coming back for more. So nobody in Curry wants to win and do good more than these kids that are playing football. All right? So, media, we heard a lot last year, was, negative stuff, and, there wasn't a lot of great things being said at times. And, these kids, they see those things, and, it just portrays a negative thought process in their minds. And that's part of the stuff that we're trying to change at Curry. They haven't felt like they can be successful for a long time. Well, I'm here and preaching to them and instilling in them that they can be successful. They're going to be successful if they do the right things. And we're doing those things right now. But starting from where we started, it takes a while to get to where we want to be. We're building from the ground up, from a strength standpoint and speed and agility standpoint, but we're getting better every day. And that's just from these kids doing what they've been coached to do and buying into it and giving it all they got. But, when they get on here and, we watch clips from the media and stuff, and and calling out scores from last week, and people laugh before they even call out the scores, and say, well, you know, we kind of expected that. You know, that's not positive for these kids. You know, and a lot of people don't know what these kids are going through. They don't know what kind of work they're doing, you know, how hard they are working. They're not going out trying to lose football games or, you know, give up 60 points a game and, you know, only score 20, you know. They're working just as hard and giving it everything they got just like everybody else. And, you know, I use it as a motivation. You know, it motivates me to, you know, just work that much harder. And I hope that some of these kids are taking it as motivation as well. But, you know, sometimes I feel like, you know, be better. Sometimes if you don't have anything good to say, just don't say it, you know. So that's, you know, that's going to wrap up my opening statement right there.
All right. The three of us talked in the opening about the rivalry with Carbon Hill, and everyone heard our takes on it. But now I want to get the three of your takes. What all of you think about the rivalry. I know, Coach, this is your first time playing Carbon Hill, so I'd just like to hear what all of y'all have to say about that rivalry.
Okay. Well, I'm really excited to get it back going. That was one of the first things I wanted to do when I got the job is, you know, try to get that rivalry back established. You know, I graduated from Cordova, and, you know, I remember playing Dora the first game every year, man. It was huge, you know, packed out. We played on a Thursday night then when I was in school. And Friday night it was either Oakman and Parish or Carbon Hill and Curry, and, you know, and then I think, you know, Jasper played Coleman or something. So it was on a Saturday. So it was 3 days right there at the beginning of the football season, and, you know, you went to all three of them that you didn't, or the other two that you didn't play in, and man, it was packed out. You know, and there's no atmosphere like a good high school football game atmosphere from the crowd.
All right, Coach, looking over your schedule, I noticed that the bye week is week 11, the very last of the season.
Yes.
Talk about the pros and cons of playing 10 consecutive games and whether or not that was your choice or it just fell that way.
Well, it usually just falls that way. It's been like that. It was like that last year. You know, the schedule was already kind of set in stone for last year, and a lot of times you can, you know, maneuver some things to get it changed a little bit. But, you know, I prefer to just go 10 straight games. You know, we didn't have a bye week when we were in high school. You just played 10 straight weeks, and that was what, you know, made it a tough sport to play because you just grueling at it and getting after each other for 10 weeks in a row. And the perk for having a bye week, the last week of the season there, is you got the opportunity to get some folks healthy and, you know, have an extra week to prepare for the playoffs when we get there.
All right, this question is for all three of you as well. What would you consider a successful season this year?
Getting better, better leaders, making each other better. Doesn't exactly represent the scoreboard, just knowing we got better every day, did everything we could.
I'd say improving from last season, carrying our performance into this season, doing better. Yeah.
Yeah, well, last season, you know, we started off slow, and, you know, we just gradually progressed as, you know, the season went on. The last game, I believe, was who was it Cordova who we played last? Played Cordova last, and, you know, that was the 10th game of the season, and I finally, you know, seen some guys on the offensive line that, you know, it just like it clicked with them, what we'd been coaching all year long, and they started doing the things, and they come to the sideline, Coach, I got it. And I'm like, that's awesome. I hate it's the 10th game of the season for you, you know. But these guys, they've been with me for a year now, so, you know, we're just going to continue to build off of that. And, you know, my goal is to be better at the end than when we started, okay? And so we're going to do that, and, you know, hopefully we'll pick up a couple of more wins this year than we did last year.
Guys, Coach, you talked about at the beginning the athletic facility that you guys have now.
Yes.
Talk more about that, about the importance of having that, having nice new things, and the guys talk about it too, of kind of how you guys think this is a first step for not only you guys but for this program. Both of you guys are seniors, so talk about how the athletic facility could be a game changer for the Curry program.
Okay. Well, you know, it's we were the last school in the county to get an athletic facility. All right. Now, you know, we were very fortunate, the timing of the things and the building that we were able to get with that. And, you know, we've certainly made the most of the opportunity that was presented to us. You know, and it was time that there was something exciting going on in Curry in the athletic, you know, department and stuff for the facilities. And, you know, I've not been in one nicer than the one that we have now. We're blessed to have it. These guys, I'm not sure if they quite realize how fortunate they are to have it yet. But, you know, we can work out close to 200 kids, you know, between the boys and the girls in the mornings during this summer. We got about 160 kids total in there at one time working out and, you know, doing things in there. So last year, you know, I don't know where this stuff was when I was playing. You know, there wasn't any, you know, days that was too hot to practice outside and stuff when I was in school. But now there's days when it gets too hot, you know, you can't practice outside, or you're limited to how long you can practice outside. But so last year on those days, we were just, you know, kind of out of luck because we didn't have anywhere else to go, or anywhere to turn. But now, you know, we don't have to take a day off, or, you know, when it's so hot, or the trainers won't allow us to practice outside. And, you know, if it's inclement weather, lightning, storms, you know, stuff like that, we can go inside and continue to get better on those days. So that's a huge factor for us.
Going off what he said, it just allows us more players being there at the same time, working out, getting better, and gives us a place to go on days that we aren't supposed to be outside, weather, other reasons. It makes it nicer, draws more people in, thinking they're new and all that.
It's very exciting to be in the new facility now. It gives us a lot more opportunities to get better, and a lot more racks to use, and yeah, it's very exciting.
And I'll go ahead and say too, I mean, these guys, they've got a hunger for the weight room, you know, over the last year. They love it. That's all they talk about. They're getting stronger, and it's showing, and they're excited about it and eager to get in there and, you know, lift some weights and continue to get stronger.
Guys, y'all have been in with Coach now for a full season. Talk about how it's good to kind of have that first season behind you. Obviously, you've bought into his system because you guys were invited to come and talk today. Just tell us about how it feels having Coach there for a year, how you think that's going to help starting off this season.
Shows us what his plans are, what he's like, how he's going to coach us, pushes us to be our best every day, just keeps us going, shows us everything we need to know and bet more.
Well, it teaches us mental toughness almost every day. Going off of what Keegan said, you know, sorry.
Coach, if you don't mind, will you go over kind of your schedule and your region, just some of your thoughts on it?
Yeah, we're opening up, obviously, you know, with Carbon Hill, and then we're going to Carbon Hill, and then Cold Springs is going to come to us this year, and that's going to be on a Thursday night the following week. And then from there, you know, there was a few changes in the region this year with, Oak Grove, North Side, and Corner. They went to a different region or reclassified to a different classification. So we picked up Good Hope, Fayette County, and who was the other one? I can't even think of it right off the top of my head. Right now, you know, we've got Carbon Hill circled on the schedule right now. That's number one. That's the next game. That's the biggest game. But you know, I think it's a tough region. It's one of the better regions in the state. You know, we've got Dora and Cordova in the region, and you know, they're right here in the county with us. So you know, there's some good teams, and Fultondale was the other team that came into the region. They come down from 5A, so they'll be competitive as well.
Gentlemen, thank you all so much for coming in today. We'll be looking forward to see how this year's Curry Yellow Jackets team, but once again, we wish y'all the best of luck.
Appreciate it. Thank y'all for having us here today. Go Jackets.
And as we begin to segue into our next team, guys, we have seen a lot of teams over the years at these media days coming in, and the players are shuffling their feet. They're, you can tell that they're unmotivated almost to a certain point. You don't see this with this Curry team. This is all very composed and look like they're ready to get down to business. I will give it to you, Zach. And James, if you want to chime in after this.
Well, you're right. It's a very motivated team, and that's coaching. Coach Cordell is an outstanding motivator, and he's an outstanding coach. And he's right. Curry's been disrespected. And if there's anybody that can get that respect back, that is Jace Cordell. So I have high hopes for Curry in the next couple of years. I think this year will be a step forward, and I think they can keep on doing that.
James, your assessment?
Yeah, I agree completely. I think that the players showed a lot of poise, and I really liked what Coach had to say about people talking about them, people talking about how they've lost in bad ways or that sort of thing. I like that he uses that as motivation for his players. I think that's a good thing to do. Over the years that we've picked these games and in the public, and I've had coaches tell me, I like it when you pick against us because I tell my players, look, they don't believe in you. And so I think that's a good motivation, a good way to look at it.
Well, guys, coming up next, we have the Meek Tigers, and I tell you what, if there's a team that has, in a 2-year stretch, really turned around its outcome, it's got to be the Meek Tigers. 2 straight playoff appearances, 2 good seasons. I tell you what, Meek's had it going on this past couple of seasons.
You're absolutely right. I can remember a few years ago, Meek went 0-10. And now to see where they've been in the playoffs. A couple of years ago, had an undefeated regular season. It's just incredible how Meek has turned it around. And that's coaching, that's the players. There's a lot of talent, a lot of good coaching smarts at Meek. And so I'm excited to see how that's going to play out this year.
We may be going, Brian, in a polar opposite direction of what we were talking about Curry. And with the way the coach talked about how he uses this for motivation when people say they're not winning and things like that. It may be that Meek doesn't want to listen to how good they've been. They may want to remember those years where they weren't winning football games to keep that hunger. And but I think they've done a great job. All the Winston County schools have really carried our area the last 2-3 years. They've been playoff teams. They've fought. They've gone far in the playoffs. So, I think it's going to be another year where we see those Winston County schools doing really well.
Well, guys, just a brief look at the schedule. I'll be passing it to both of y'all, but the schedule lines up, and it's got challenges to it. Second game, they've got the Lynn Bears, Winston County rivalry. It's been good the past couple of years. A couple of games after that, you'll see teams like coming in like Waterloo, who's really improved the past couple of years. And near the end of the year, guess what? Carbon Hill is on the schedule for Meek. So, Zach, taking a look at things, what's your assessment?
Well, one thing, and I'm going to ask them about it in a minute, is there are 4 Wal-Win teams on that schedule. And I don't know about you, but I love seeing our Wal-Win teams get together and play in the regular season, because now with the region system, compared to how it was decades ago, you don't see a lot of that. You don't see a lot of teams that are very close together location-wise fighting it out on the gridiron. And so I'm very glad that that's being added back gradually, and Meek has definitely spearheaded this effort.
Zach likes that Wal-Win flavor. I got to agree with him.
Well, I like that as well. The only thing that I really hate about the schedule is that I don't see the name Addison on there. And that's a game that everybody always look forward to. So that's probably something we'd like to hear from Coach as well once he starts talking about not having that game on the schedule this year.
Well, speaking of Coach, head coach Daniel Evans is here with his Meek Tigers. Coach, if you can introduce the 2 guys that are with you, give us a brief opening statement, and then we'll open it up for questions.
Yes, sir. Thank you guys for having us here. It's always great. I love that y'all are able to do this every year to get these kids up here, especially these guys like these 2 guys I have here that work so hard. us being able to come here and to allow them to showcase themselves in our schools. We appreciate that. To my left is Lucas Rector. He's been our starting center for the last 4 years. He plays defensive line. He's been huge. Obviously, if you know anything about offensive line, it's the most important position. So he's been our rock in the middle for the last 4 years. Over here to my right is Jordan Phillips. He's been our middle linebacker the last 3 years. Again, somebody that's hugely important to our communication on defense. He plays offense as well. But both of these guys are seniors this year, and they've worked their butts off, and I'm glad that I got to bring them with me today.
All right, Coach. First off, I mentioned this in the opening. There are 4 Wal-Win area teams on your schedule, and I talked about how much I love it, and we all agreed that that's excellent. So I'd like to hear your opinion on that.
So I don't know how accurate that schedule is. I heard somebody say Addison is not on there. It is on there. They are in our region, so maybe that might have been on my end. But yes, so we have Lynn, we have Winston County High School, we have Carbon Hill, and we have Addison all on the schedule this year. When I got this job, and I think I talked about it last year when I came here, I think it's important to play Winston County schools. I think it's very, very important that we play these Winston County schools, and honestly Walker County schools as well. When I got the schedule and we started looking at it in October and November, I talked to Coach Hastings, which y'all will see here in a few minutes, and I talked to Coach Simmons, and we wanted to get each other on the schedule. It's great to play these teams, as well as financially it's good for us for gates and parking and things like that. So we were excited to get them back on the schedule this year, because in our region we do have to travel. Y'all mentioned Waterloo. Waterloo's a nice haul from Arley, Alabama. So it was nice that some of these out-of-region games we don't have to travel as far, because it's tough on the cheese wagon.
This question goes for all 3 of you. What would you say constitutes to a successful season this year?
I believe we're going to be pretty successful this year. Our boys have put in a lot of work this offseason.
I think just trying to go 1-0 each week, not looking ahead or looking towards the playoffs or region championships, going 1-0 each week.
Yeah, we have goals. Successful season is, you want to beat everybody in Winston County. I mean, that's a goal you want to do. I mean, it gives you kind of the talking the rest of the year for the county. Obviously, we want to win the region. Want to make the playoffs. Everybody wants to win a state championship. We have those goals, but again, as Lucas said, we just try to be 1-0 each week. And that started this week, being 1-0 when we went to Danville, making sure that we, did everything we needed to do at our team camp, and making sure our weight room stuff is the way it's supposed to, the conditioning is the way it's supposed to. That's what we try to do. We take it week by week, and before you know it, you're playing games. I told them Monday, I think it's 5 weeks until we go for a jamboree at Faultville. This Friday, it's 5 weeks till we play a game. So, we just try to go week by week, be successful in what we're doing. And right now, that's being in the weight room, going to team camps, conditioning, taking care of our bodies, and getting ready for that August heat.
Coach, you've had your system in place now for a while. Coming into this season, how is that a key for you? And what would we see maybe different, anything different this year since you've kind of been there and had the basics put in?
Yeah, so offensively, defensively, we've been really good. I mean, Coach Powell that was here before us, he's a defensive-minded guy. So we just kind of go with what he put in because it works for us. We've been towards the top in defense pretty much every year I've been here. Even the 1-9 year, we were pretty good defensively. Offensively, and I had a guy who's a mentor of mine, an offensive-minded coach that told me in high school, if you're married to your offense, you're losing because the kids change. You have kids that come up through Arley, they're going to be a certain way one year, and then the next year it's going to be completely different. So what we try to focus on is how we play. We want to play fast. We want to, press the edges when we can, but we also want to be physical. All right, so our offense will change from year to year, especially from when we first got here in 2020 to where we are now. But what we want to do as an offensive team and what we want to do as a defensive team doesn't change. We want to be physical. We want to always control the ball when we can control the ball, and that's kind of what that's kind of the way we look at it.
First off, I wanted to ask the two seniors, guys, y'all have a chance to see so many times the guys around you who are junior members of the team, freshmen, any of that sort. You get to see how much they're doing to work to improve themselves. For both of you, who does that come to mind? You guys give me an example, each one. Who comes to mind that is really working hard?
First person that comes to mind is probably our quarterback, Evan McKay. He's been putting a lot of work in. He's been going to a lot of camps. He's a baller, and I think he will do that this year.
I believe Leo Brown's put in a lot of work this offseason. He's got a lot faster, and he's put in a lot of work and got stronger this offseason.
The two guys they've named are from the class that's going to be sophomores this year, and just to kind of back that up, that group last year in the spring, just in the weight room and conditioning and things like that, were just absolutely locked into what they were doing. Liam, that he talked about, he's put 350 pounds of weight on his core lifts, which is completely unheard of. You just don't see that very much. Wow. Poor Evan is kind of strapped by his height. I don't know if y'all came out and watched any games last year at him at quarterback. He's short, but what he's done this year is he's put some weight on. He's gotten a little more athletic, and both of those guys that they're talking about have taken their craft serious, and they've done a really good job of getting better, not only in the weight room, but getting better in agility and making sure that they're doing the things they're supposed to be doing so that they can play on Fridays.
Is there one position group, be it backfield, be it offensive line, defensive line, linebacker, secondary, wide receivers? Is there a particular group right now that's really impressed with the off-season work?
Defensive line. That's a very easy answer. Our defensive line is absolutely destructive, and we got to see it in kind of an 11-on-11 on Tuesday. He is on that group. We got another guy named Aiden Benson who's on that group, another kid, Cam Grace, Liam Brown, as they were talking about. Our defensive line is going to be destructive this year. They're strong, they're physical, they use their hands well, and it's going to be tough for people to run the ball on us. And then once they do, you've got a 3-year starter like Jordan Phillips who's going to be cleaning everything up on the back end. So our front seven, I would say, on defense is going to be probably our best group, because they are really good at what they do.
Gentlemen, thank y'all so much for coming out. This has been a wonderful segment for us. You've given us great information. We wish you the best of luck this year. Meek has really set a standard for itself for the past 2 years, and we would love to see it continue.
Oh, thank you. Hey, go Tigers.
All right, guys. Meek Tigers come out. Of course, as we've noticed, they have set themselves a standard the past couple of years, and that kind of breeds excellence. When you're used to losing, sometimes it's hard to break out of the shell. Well, when you got stuff established, you move a little bit differently.
You do, and like I said, a few years ago they were at the bottom, but coaching and talent and that should be the recipe. What they've done, they've hired good coaches, they've done a good job of recruiting in the hallways. That should be the basic plan of anybody trying to rebuild a high school program, and they've done it almost to perfection. So Meek is a quality team. They've got quality athletes, quality coaches, and I'm really impressed at a job that they've done building them up from 0-10 to 10-0.
And that also breeds another thing. You're seeing, and we've seen this last year because we did games at Meek, just the amount of support that they have. We know our communities in the Wal-Win area are very supportive of their sports teams, but when you go to a Meek game, boy, it is packed wall to wall, Zach.
It is, and even when they weren't doing so well, it was like that. But especially now, I can remember hearing about how raucous the crowds were during playoff games, regular season especially too. We were there for, I think it was the Addison game last year. That crowd was loud, and they were into it. It was outstanding. We were there for the Oakman game.
Yes.
That was a very loud atmosphere. And that's one of the great things about high school football is when you have fans in a community like Arley has that love their school, love their sports teams, that's going to happen. And as the crowd goes, they can build up momentum, and that'll help the team. That really will.
The Winston County support seems to, all throughout the schools in Winston County, seems to be different. It doesn't mean that it is better or less than it is in Walker County. It's just a different, and it's very, very, very great in its support.
Yeah, I mean, Brian, you talked about how strong the sport is, and it definitely is. Being here and seeing the Winston County schools, I've always said over my years, I've almost covered football here for 30 years now. Lynn is the place that I love to go watch a football game. It's the best atmosphere. And to be able to go there and have that train going by and you got people shooting fireworks over on the hill and all that stuff, I mean, you can't get that anywhere else. You don't get that in Jasper. You get a cannon, but you don't get a train going by. So I think it's a lot of fun. It's great to see how fired up the fans get and that sort of thing. So, Brian, I think that we're about to take a break right now.
Yeah, we're just about to take a break. We will be back in just a few moments, and we will have the Lynn Bears available next. So stand by.
Full State
is your community college.
for
convenient and affordable academic transfer options.
Rewarding health science programs. High wage, high demand career tech training.
Your story starts at Bevel State.
Welcome back, everybody. After the break, we will have the Lynn Bears up in front of us. Let's talk Lynn for just a few moments, guys. Past 2 seasons, 2 area titles, 21-4 record. Phenomenal effort. When you consider that Coach Hastings' first year, they were 2-8. To be 21-4 the past 2 years, boy, that really sets the standard for yourself.
It does, but that's what we've come to expect of Coach Hastings. He's one of the best there is around here, and he's done an outstanding job with Lynn. Now, I will say, one thing apart from the football team is we've been to Lynn several times with the radio station, and the hospitality that they show the media, it's unparalleled. They do a really, really good job with the media because, I mean, some places we'll go, we have to sit out in the stands. At Lynn, they're friendly. They're happy to have us here. So I just had to go ahead and say that. Credit to the people at Lynn that run the press box because they've done a very good job. But back on the subject of football, you're right. It's a high standard. Coach Hastings is set, and obviously losing Kel Tittle to graduation is going to hurt a little bit. But I know Coach Hastings definitely has a plan. He's one of the best in the business, like I said, so definitely interested to see how this works out.
Pretty big standard, isn't it?
Well, it is, and I hate Zach mentioned that about the hospitality to the media because I just said it was my favorite place to watch a game, and now it's like, oh, they paid us off, you know, they gave us some barbecue or whatever, and that's not the case. They are super friendly. It's a great place to watch a game, and if you haven't been there, go check it out. I do think after that first season with Coach Hastings, to go 21-4 over the last 2 years, and we're not talking about our Winston County teams of 10 years ago that they've done this against. We're talking about Winston County teams who are winning and going to playoffs, and Lynn's still kind of at that step above everybody. And I think that's been really interesting to see, and it's fun to watch. Well,
as we bring Coach Hastings in, who we've covered for so many years throughout, if you could quickly introduce your 2 guys that you brought with us and give us a statement. We'll open it up to questions afterwards, Coach.
Brian, you didn't have to bring up the 2-8, but it'll be okay. To my left is Braylon Roberts. He plays tight end for us, defensive end. We really move him around. He's kind of a hybrid guy for us. And then to my right is Austin Dodd, one of our receivers. He most likely will play in the backfield a good bit too. He's got a lot of flexibility. So these 2 guys will be extremely important in what we do this fall. So I think summer-wise we've had a good summer. I give a lot of credit to Coach Steve Cagle. He does a really good job with that. He's taking ownership in it and brings a lot of energy every day. And I think the players really respect him. And so he does a great job there. We've got we've got several guys back. We feel like we could be decent up front. We got 3 starters back there and another guy that will plug in pretty easy. Finding the 5th one, we're still searching for that. But I think we'll be even more multiple this year because of Braylon, because of Austin. They can do so many different things for us. I think we should be able to formation and shift and do some things to give us some advantages, we believe, over the course of the year. And like I said, they're so flexible that, there's just a lot of things offensively we can do. Defensively, I think we got a chance to be really sound. Got a lot of players back, including, these 2 will play another big role on defense. And I think our coaches do a good job of, getting a good game plan defensively each week. So, we're looking for a good season. Feel like we can win some games and hopefully have another shot at winning another region title and making a run in the playoffs.
All right, Coach. This is the obvious question that I'm sure you knew you were going to have to face. Kel Tittle, one of the best football players we've seen around here in a long time. He's graduated. So how, and if possible, how and who will you replace him with?
Well, replacing a guy that had, 4,000 total yards on offense and I think 58 touchdowns, that's going to be hard. But replacing him wise, you're not going to totally replace him. But like I said, with these 2 guys here, the flexibility they bring, we feel like we'll be able to put some matchups that will give some teams some trouble. These two are very good, and like I said, we think we're going to be pretty good up front. And then we got some other guys that I think are really going to pick up the load and keep us on the right track. I think they're taking it as a huge, challenge, saying, hey, Kel was good, but, we're not bad either. So I think that's kind of one of the things they want to prove.
Coach, looking over the schedule, I noticed that the bye week doesn't come till week 11, the very last week. So was that intentional? Did that happen randomly? And what are the pros and cons of it?
Well, that really was just a result of scheduling. That wasn't something we were really looking to do, but we got a chance to play some other teams at times, and we wanted to take advantage of that. And so that's the reason we're off. And, there's been some I know a lot of coaches that really try to schedule that way and leave that week 10 off, thinking that, you get a chance to heal up a little bit going into the playoffs. You get a chance to go see some teams that you may run in against in playoffs, those type things. But, I'm not a huge fan of a bye week. But, if you're going to have it, week 5 or week 10 to me would probably be the best time to have it. And, it may be to a situation that we can heal up. Last year we went into the playoffs with about 3 or 4 of our skill guys that were really banged up, and I think that played a big role in that the final game. I think if we were fully healthy, that game would have been a different story as well. So, there's pros and cons to a Week 10 bye, but we're looking at it as a pro.
All right, Coach, this question is actually for all 3 of you. What would you say would be a successful season this year for Lynn?
I'd say a successful season this year would be proving everybody wrong that has a doubt on us, and saying that we're going to be like 5-5, all the haters out there. But we're just going to prove everybody wrong and have a good season.
I think making it further than we did last year. Losing the second round, that was big, but I think if we can make it 3rd or 4th round, maybe even state, that's a successful season to me.
Yeah, I think some teams are already counting us out because of losing, our quarterback, our top receiver, 2 really good linemen. But I think these guys are really eager to show that, they're going to fill the role. And, I think the sky's the limit. We feel like we've got, some talent, and if we'll stay injury-free and play to our capability, I think, sky's the limit.
Coach, you've talked about the people that you don't have there anymore. Talk about what makes this team special, you think, and what makes this team gives it the ability to do as good as last year or better.
Well, I think it starts with our offensive line. I think we got a chance to be pretty good up front. Have Tristan Shanklin's up front, Julian Scott, Garrett Wakefield, Brody Anderson, and then we've got to plug in a center right now. Ty Sims is working there now, has done a pretty good job. And then you throw, 2 H-back type guys with Braylon and Chip Crow. We feel like we can be pretty solid up front. And, we won't be able to just sit back in the pocket and throw like we've done in the past, but we think that we can lean on the run a little more and do some, some successful play action type stuff. And like I said earlier, these 2 guys being able to do so much is going to be a big role for us.
Talk about your quarterback a little bit that you do have this year, and how do you get somebody ready that's following somebody who was so good?
That's extremely difficult. But Austin will play quarterback for us some. We have a young kid, a 10th grader, Caden Key, will play some. It's just a matter of what we're leaning toward scheme-wise that week. If we're going to rely heavy on the run, we may be looking at this set. Austin can run the ball. He can throw it. Little Caden Key, he's really learning. He's going to get a lot better. He's a good athlete. So it's just more lean on kind of what we're, really wanting to do that week. And then what situations happen during the course of a game, we'll have them both ready to do the things that we need to do to be successful.
For the players, what have you guys done personally to set yourself apart as leaders for this team? And how do I get one of those cool Player of the Week T-shirts? It looks like y'all both have become Player of the Week. So what did y'all do to get those?
It's the Bear Pride Club. We have a Bear Pride Club that like chooses a player each week on who gets a shirt, and it's like usually different colors and stuff. So, but the main thing we did this offseason, man, we worked really hard. We try to set ourselves like apart from everybody else in the county, and just push towards this season and stuff. So, go ahead, Don.
I think it starts in the weight room. Steve in there pushing us, making us, wanting us to be better, and then getting out on the field and conditioning. So that way you ain't tired in fourth quarter when it's go time. Steve making us a better player.
Braylon, this question is for you. How do you, I noticed on social media you've been doing a lot of visits with different camps and stuff. Talk about balancing that and like a recruiting life as well.
Oh, it's not really that difficult, I would say. I've had a few colleges showing interest here and there, but it's really just focused on the goal for this season and what we're trying to accomplish.
All right, Coach, not trying to make you feel old, but you have been coaching, especially in this area, for a long time. Every year. Yeah, but you've been coaching in this area for a long time. What keeps you going? What motivates you to keep you going after these years?
Well, these guys here, they actually believe I played high school with leather helmets, but little bit younger than that. But you know, I was actually thinking about that today. You know, I think it's the relationship with the guys. I think these guys, you know, I've been really fortunate to have kids that played, that enjoyed the game, which makes you enjoy watching them play. That's wanted to learn, that's wanted to get better, and that's wanted to be successful. And just watching these kids grow year to year really makes a big difference. And you know, it's as you pointed out, I'm pretty old now, but you know, there's no thought of anything but getting ready for another season, you know, now and in the future. So, you know, just the competition part too. I feel like I'm pretty competitive, and you know, there's just so many rewards that you can get, and a lot of times they're not things that people see. It's small rewards. It's watching a kid develop into, you know, a better player, and some of these kids growing up and developing into really good young men and good fathers and so forth, so good husbands. So a lot of that, you know, it's just really the whole package. And it's not, you know, it's not solely based on, you know, hey, I think I can win, so I'm going to do it another year, anything like that. It's just watching the kids grow mostly.
One last quick question, and I'm going to hand it to both of the players. Guys, we talked last segment about how unique and how invigorating the atmosphere is at Winston County, all the Winston County games. Lynn's atmosphere, though, is very, very, very unique. From a player standpoint, both of you guys played in the South Lamar game last year, which to me was a pinnacle of it. How fun is that as a player to play in that kind of atmosphere?
Absolutely. We can't ask for it enough, honestly. We can't thank our community enough for how much they come out every Friday and support us because, I mean, it's the biggest part of the game. I mean, everybody's out there enjoying their time, and people look forward to it every Friday night. But they really do get fired up, man, and it shows.
Well, I didn't get to play last year in that South Lamar game because of my knee injury, but, you know, I was pretty much a fan too. But I was still there, practices and workouts and everything. But I do think the fans play a big role in the fireworks and the train coming by. I think that is a big role, especially if you're tired in like the third quarter, get a touchdown, fireworks start going, music starts playing, the lights start going. I think that does give you a little bit of a extra go in you. That's what I think.
Yeah, I think our fans really look forward to a Friday night, and you know, they show up early. And the best example I can give is last year, our very first game of the year. Hadn't rained all week, and it starts raining at, you know, right before game time, and ran the whole game, and not a single person left. Yeah. I mean, they were there through the whole thing, and I think that's a huge compliment to them.
Y'all's lights are just like Alabama's, so y'all have the red cascading lights throughout the stadium. So that can't be hard to beat, can it?
It's pretty cool. What's kind of funny is that everybody we played last year, or almost everybody, called the principal on Monday and wanted to know how they could get those that set up. So I think a lot of them left jealous, but it is a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun for us coaches. So great atmosphere. If you haven't been there, you need to come.
Guys, we appreciate y'all coming out. Best of luck to the Lynn Bears this year. I know there's a definite high bar set by you guys, but hey, you wouldn't have achieved anything without it.
Well, we appreciate it. We appreciate what you guys do for the football in this area. These kids look forward to the things that you guys do. The coverage that you give during the week as well. So they're always checking it, and and these guys here hopefully will be doing well enough to see their names and online and in the paper and so forth. So we really appreciate it.
Well, that's going to wrap up the Lynn Bears. We're going to take a short 5-minute break, and we will be right back at 12:05. And up then will be the Cordova Blue Devils. Welcome back, everybody, to Wal-Win Area Media Days 2024. And just have the Cordova Blue Devils getting ready to come up here for a second. Cordova, this is another transition year. Coach Byron Maynor comes in to take over the very proud and historic program of Cordova. Zach, you've seen Cordova over the years. They have a great tradition here, and it shows.
It really does, and Coach Maynor is one of the reasons they have the tradition, bringing home a state championship back in the 90s. So definitely, I'm sure there are expectations because of those lofty seasons in days gone by. I can remember Cordova being a powerhouse, and it slipped. And so now hopefully they can get it going back in the right direction. Definitely something to keep an eye on, because when Cordova is good, usually the rest of our area is good. And when they're down, it kind of dampens the mood a little bit.
It does. And you've covered so many Cordova teams over the years, James. You know what that history and tradition is like.
Well, yeah, I mean, I've seen the Cordova history since I was in elementary school, being a kid growing up in Sumiton and going to Dora High School. You know, we hated Cordova. That was all we did was call them river rats. And then I had to kind of, as I worked through my newspaper career, I had to be sure to apologize to Cordova for that. but you know, it's such a great tradition. There's a lot of positive things going on down in Cordova right now as far as the football program goes. And I think Coach Maynor coming back has really been one of those things that it has people excited. People want to see what's going to happen and see how this team can do.
Well, with that, we're going to segue over to Coach Brian Maynor. Coach, if you could introduce your two players that you brought with us and give us a opening statement, we'll take questions afterwards.
I got Marcus Hendricks. He's a senior, plays fullback and defensive end. I got Trent Keating. He's quarterback and a free safety. They've worked extremely hard. I don't think they've missed a workout. And that's kind of what we want. We want our consistency there to bring great effort, great intensity every day. As far as the overview, we're just looking to get better every day. Just take one rep at a time, you know, in the weight room, take one rep at a time on the field, and then we're going to take one game at a time and just continuously to strive to get better and give that effort that it takes to uphold that tradition of Cordova.
Go back in time and talk to the younger version of yourself that took over Cordova the first time, what advice would you give him?
When I was younger?
When you were younger.
Probably be a little bit more patient. I still have the same intensity and desire for our kids to improve, but I would think probably a little bit more patience. And a little bit more understanding. It was pretty hard, pretty tough back in the day, as everybody says, back in the day. So I'd probably a little bit more understanding right now, and I've got a little bit more patience.
Coach, obviously you've got the big rivalry this season with Dora, and you're no stranger to it. So speak on that rivalry for a minute.
Well, it's been a great rivalry throughout the years. You know, even when we won the state championship, I think we lost to them. I think it was 23-21, something like that. It was just it's always a great game. It's an intense rivalry, and I know they'll be ready to play. They've got a good football team, and they'll be ready. And we just got to get ourselves ready. You know, we can't look ahead, but you know we just taking one game at a time.
Would you say there's a lot of pressure on you now, considering the success you had at your last stint at Cordova?
I'm always going to put pressure on myself. Nobody's going to put more pressure on me than my own self. You know, but I think if we go about it the right way and work hard every day and continues to bring effort and care about these kids and love these kids and do the right things, we'll have success. I don't know what that success is, but we'll have success. You know, God's got a plan.
Coach, one last question. What would you consider a successful season this year?
If our kids improve and when an opposing coach puts on the tape that those kids play hard, they're a well-coached football team.
For the players, having Coach Maynor in, he's been there for a little bit now. What would you guys say has been the biggest positive with him being there?
Really just us getting bigger, stronger, faster, more fundamental, you know, because we had to start from the bottom when he came, like from fundamentals and everything. So he really got us better on that.
I would say that we've just gotten better every day.
and we work hard every day.
Coach, we've talked about you were at Cordova and you had a lot of success there. You talk about Cordova. What's the difference, or is there any difference really in the community, in just the area of Cordova?
Well, you know, one thing they've always had great support. The community and the parents, the administration. It's been great. The quarterback club. I mean, you couldn't ask for me personally anything better. You know, Chris Robbins, quarterback club president, and the people involved in that, and just the parents. And like I said, the administration, so much support there, and to try to give you everything you need to be successful. And that's always been the standard there. So as far as that, nothing has changed. The facilities have changed somewhat, you know. The indoor and the field house is extremely nice. I mean, that indoor is, and the facilities that we have is just unbelievable. I mean, I've been at Spain Park and some of these bigger schools, and they don't have that type of stuff. So it's been, that's the big difference right there, you know.
Talk about your schedule this season and the region. I know you got a couple of county schools in the region. That makes it a lot of fun. What do you think about the teams that are on the schedule?
Well, they're all tough. You know, of course we start out with Oakman, which is county, and you know they've been successful, and then after that, you know, we're just going to take it like one game at a time. I know they're all extremely well coached. They're going to have really good players, and each week we've got to prepare for facing a great team, you know, and that's how we're going to face it. You know, I don't think we can look ahead to anything, because we got to focus on what's important now, and that's how we're going to approach it.
Coach, you were talking about, and I want to get back to the facilities and everything. You've been at a lot of places in your career. You mentioned the larger schools, 6, 7A schools. The tradition, though, at Cordova, and I want to ask players this too, but for you coming back, there's something special about playing in that, what they call it, the hole. The whole, and I mean, I've talked to coaches from Dadeville and other areas that when they got finished playing there, they knew they had been somewhere. You know what I'm saying? And that's such a special atmosphere. What's that like, and what's that coming back to, and you see that stadium again?
Well, it's a great atmosphere. It has a lot of tradition. It means something to the community. It means something to the former players that have played there. There's a lot of brotherhood when you go into that place to play, and I'm looking forward to it. You know, you get an opportunity to play high school football, and it's a great opportunity, but also where you play at and the atmosphere that you have is very important. You know, you can play in big stadiums and it not be packed, and you play in a smaller stadium and it's packed. It means a lot. It means a lot to the players, a lot to the coaches to come into that atmosphere where, heck, you know, when we played state championship game, if there's a big game, there were people ready to put their blankets down on on Sunday afternoon. So that means a lot to them, and it's a great atmosphere.
Players, same question. What's it like playing there?
It's loud, real loud. I transferred from Pinson Valley, and it's nothing like Cordova is loud. Like Pinson was okay, but Cordova gets loud. My first game down there, I was nervous. I couldn't hear the play calls, and great fans. I love our fans too. So yeah, it's loud down there.
Yeah, I have to agree with him. We have probably the best fans in the county, and it's hard to hear anything out there, and it's just fun playing out there.
This is for all three of you. What group, be it backfield, be it secondary, be it defensive line, offensive line, who do you see you've seen the most growth from in the off season leading up to it right about now? Who do you guys think have grown the most?
Go ahead, Trent. Or you go ahead, Marcus.
Our O-line got very strong from last year. People was benching 170, and then when Manor got here, we were up in like 250. So yeah, it's our O-line for real, and they're gonna help us out a lot.
Yeah, our O-line has gotten a lot stronger, a lot better every day. So it's gonna be fun watching them how much better they've gotten.
As far as just looking at an individual group, it's really hard to say because I'm kind of looking at everything, and I want every group to improve. I just think overall as a team, they've come to work every day, to get better. And I think each group has improved in areas of technique and fundamentals. The secondary, understanding the things that we want as far as a defensive back, knowing how we want to play certain things. The offensive line has gotten stronger. We're going to be a young football team, so hopefully we'll see improvement every day in each and every group. So as a head football coach, I'm trying to look at everything, but I see growth in all the team, and our players. They've worked extremely hard, done everything we've asked them to do, but we haven't faced any adversity yet. So we'll know more as we go.
Gentlemen, thank you all for joining us today at Media Day. We appreciate it. We're going to be looking to see how the Blue Devils do this year. Really appreciate it. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Guys, Cordova is one of those teams that I think could actually be one of our surprise teams in the area. I do think, number one, they have been craving a playoff run, or at least to get back to the playoffs for a while. That's motivation. But secondly, they just want to get back to Cordova football that gets results like we've seen.
You're absolutely right, and I think all Cordova needs is one good 7-3 season, a good record. And I think if they have that will fire everything up. That'll fire everything up. And I believe that will push it back into maybe the level we saw a few years ago where they're winning 8 and 9 games every season.
You got to think, James, Cordova wants to also get back up to their standards when they meet other county teams where they're the, big powerful, as well as what we're used to seeing from Cordova.
Yeah, those standards are high, and nobody knows that more than Coach Maynor. He's been there, he's won there, so, the standards are high. But they've got the players. They've got a good group that have come back this year. I think they could be a surprise team. I think they're a team that could pull off a good season, end up in the playoffs. That's a tough region, though.
Absolutely. Well, guys, we're going to take a break. We will be back at 12:25 with the Addison Bulldogs, so stay tuned.
granted, because for as long as I can remember, Addison has been the prime time team. They are always consistent. They never have a down year, it feels like. So you're right. They are one of the teams that we always expect to do well. And Addison, credit this to the coaches and the players. They don't let our expectations fall through.
And of course, James, you've been to games over the years at Addison. They're very much worthy of the support that they have with their results on the field. And I tell you what, it's a beautiful atmosphere.
Well, yeah, with Zach mentioning that Addison's always the team that you expect to win, and I was covering Addison games before Zach was born, and Addison's been the team that you expect to win since before I was born. It's just they have such a tradition there, and being able to go and watch a football game at a place like Addison, and seeing them against teams like, definitely county rivalries when you see them against teams like Meek and Lynn, but seeing them against teams like Pickens County and some of those schools, it's always such a contrast in styles. It's always such a fight to see those type of teams against each other, and you never know who's going to come out on top. But more times than not, Addison is the team that comes out on top.
Well, we will step in for Addison right now, and assistant head coach Woody Smothers is back. Coach Smothers, if you could introduce your two guys with you, give us a brief opening statement, and we'll open it up for questions.
Okay. All right, this is Bobby Williams. He's a senior. It's Bradley Willett. He's a senior also. They both play defensive end and offensive line, and I say offensive line because they can play any position. So, wherever we need them to plug in, that's what they'll do for us. Very good football players, even better young men, two pillars of leadership on our team. They've played for us for 4 years or more, and we're really going to miss them when they're gone, but we're looking forward to spending their senior year with them this year.
All right, Coach, I was looking over your schedule, and I noticed you have 10 straight games and a bye week, week 11. What are the pros and cons of that?
Well, the pro is you get a week off before the playoffs, of course, and you can go and you can scout the team live if that's what you choose to do. You get to heal up a little bit from the season's demands, and of course the cons again is it's a long season. You don't get much of a break, and if you get an injury, you don't have time to recover from it except just time, and you have to plug in. But our kids have been pretty good overall about if we have injuries here and there, we'll put another kid in there, and they seem to step up, and we seem to we don't miss a lot. So that's the pros and the cons of it.
There are also 6 road games. Your third home game doesn't come till mid-October. What are the pros and cons of that?
Road weariness, fatigue. You got to keep your mind set on that during all of that, and so if we can stay focused on during that time, when we come home, it'd be like a relief. So yeah, it's a long road, and the fans, they want us to get home. They want to see it at home, and the kids want to get home. But if we can get through that and come out hopefully unscathed, we'll be all right.
This question is for all 3 of you. What would you consider a successful season this year?
You want to take that, Bobby?
I got it. Well, personally, for every team, it'll be a state championship. But realistically, deep in the playoff run, and if we get that far, then the state championship will be right there, and we got to take it. So, deep playoff run at the least, state championship at the most.
Yeah, I feel like a deep playoff run. Just go week by week and try to make it best our ability to make it to the state playoff game.
I'm the same way. Our kids expect to get to the playoffs. They expect to make a deep run, and they want to be able to have an opportunity to play for state championship. But as a coach, I want us to stay healthy. I want us to play hard. I want our kids to be all in, and when I say all in, I want them to be selfless. I want them to be able to sacrifice their individual wants and needs for the teams. That's a big thing for us at Addison. And I feel like that if we'll just do those things and concentrate on who we are and what we've got to do as a team and as an individual at each individual position, we get a little. If we'll get a little bit better and a little bit better every week, we'll be in a good position and at the end of the regular season to make a deep postseason run.
Coach, talk about this team. I mean, we talked about expectations for Addison. Everybody expects Addison to have a successful year. What makes this team special? What will it take for this team to have a special year?
What makes this team special is that normally we'll have a big fullback, big linebacker, or we'll have a really exceptional athlete at the skill position or something like that. And I'm not telling you that we don't have that now, but we don't have one proven. What makes this special is our kids, our line, offensive line is going to be how we go. Our offensive defensive line determines how far we go, how good we do. And I'm looking forward to seeing who it is that we're going to rely on. I'm looking forward to seeing what type of offense that we're going to be able to run that we feel comfortable doing with this team. Every team takes on a special personality of their own during the season, and you feel that. But I feel like that's some of the things that's going to make this team special.
Before we got on the air, you shared a couple of nice reasons of why you picked these two guys to come with you. Share that with everybody, but also
put me on the spot, aren't you?
Yeah, but also tell us what it is about these two guys that make them leaders on this team.
I said I made the comment I brought these two up here to make me look better and smarter. But no, really, these two are very intelligent kids. They're good kids. I mean, that's why they're here. They're good kids and they're good football players. But again, you can take a good football player, and that doesn't necessarily mean he's a good person. But you can take a good person, and you can eventually make them into a good football player. A good person, that's what you want. You want a good person to play football for you. And I hope that's what we're trying to instill and to develop in these young kids. And these guys right here, they're the mentors of these young ones. And they need to teach these younger kids how to play and how to act and how to respond to their coaches, how to respond to their teammates, how to respond to adversity. And these kids, these two right here, when we have workouts, they're there. If they're not going to be at one of the workouts, something comes up, they'll come either early that day and finish the workout on their own and do the running, or they'll come during the weekend and they'll finish their workout and do the running. And how many kids going to do that? It's rare, and it's fewer and far between each and every year that I've been in it. So these are special boys. These are special kids.
And for the players, what is it about Coach Smothers that gets the best out of you guys? What is it that makes you want to compete like that?
Well, it's just the fact that he wants us to be great, and they have an expectation for us. All the coaches, they want us to be good people, great people, and great football players. And that's why everybody wants to be great for them and to prove them right.
Yeah, I've feeling they're always real with us. Like they're honest with us, and I like being honest back because that's how you create a good bond. And they always have good bonds. Coaches have great bonds with our players, and that's what I like about them.
Okay, I've just got to ask the dimensions, Coach, on Bradley. If we could get a dimension on, is he 6'6", 6'7"? What we're looking at?
6'6".
6'6". What are you currently weighing in at?
290, around 290. Okay,
so are any colleges calling?
Yes, sir. I got a few that I'm talking to right now.
Excellent.
Bradley is the 2023 discus champion in 1A, and he's the 2024 runner-up champion in the discus. And he's got a lot of potential in that sport also. He's got good grades, like Bobby, and but he's got some potential not only in football. He plays basketball, plays center for us in the basketball, and he's a good athlete. He's a good all-around athlete.
Coach Woody, always great to see you. Of course, I know Coach David be joining you on the sidelines during the fall, and we certainly look forward to seeing what you guys are going to be doing.
Hey, I appreciate what y'all do here. I know it takes a lot to put this together, and it just gets better and better every year. And I appreciate this. This is a good thing for the kids, for the community. for these kids' parents, and the fans at all these neighboring schools. This is good. Thank y'all.
Yes, thank y'all.
Yeah, thanks, gentlemen. As we begin to segue out, Zach, I just get a feeling we're going to see something really special for Addison this year. I don't know. Maybe you want to call it spider sense, disturbance in the forest, whatever you want to call it. But it just seems to me that Addison has things in position right now to be really successful.
Well, knowing your love of Star Wars, I would say for you it's a disturbance in the force. But just to talk about Bradley for a minute, I shook his hand when he walked in, and it's still throbbing. He is a strong fella, and he's going to knock some people around on the defensive lines this year. So, but yes, Addison, they've got it. They have a lot of talent, great coaching. We've seen that for years past, and we're seeing it again this year. I think this is going to be a special season for Addison. It feels like we say that every year, and it works out. It's always special, and that's just a testament to not only the coaches and the players, but the boosters, the supporters, the school executives, and even the fans.
James, I don't know about you, but if there's a tackle-eligible play and he gets the ball, if I was a little 5'9" cornerback, I'd say, man, you got it. Go on.
Well, I don't think the cornerback is going to have to really worry about it. He's just going to knock him out of the way and catch it. And if he's a center on the basketball team, he should be used to catching a few lob passes, you know. So, yeah, I definitely would find that play somewhere in the playbook. And I'm glad that I'm not the only one who I thought had a broken hand after shaking hands with the guy. My goodness. Strong. He needs to take it easy on us old people. No, yeah, I do think there's something about Addison when you see them, and they're so humble, but it's like we're real humble, but we know we're going to whip some people, and that's the feeling I get about this team is that, you know, they may not have that standout skill player like what Coach was talking about, but my goodness, they got some big old guys, and they're going to push people around, and they're going to play fundamental Addison football. They're going to score. They're going to not turn the ball over, and they're going to win football games.
James, I think we're going to date ourselves here, but it reminds me a lot of the 1990s Nebraska teams.
Yes, definitely. One of those teams that just hits you in the mouth, and they keep moving forward.
Well, we're going to take a little break as we segue from Addison into the Carbon Hill Bulldogs. We're going to take a 4-minute break. We'll be back at 12:40. Welcome back in, everyone, to WJLX Media Day, Wal-Win area. We're here at Los Reyes in downtown Jasper, and thus far it's been a great one, Zach, and now we've got a place that's pretty close to our hearts. It's the Carbon Hill Bulldogs. And I'll tell you what, Carbon Hill, you saw them take some really good steps at the end of the year. I think they made some significant strides. Regardless of what the record was, you saw a different Carbon Hill team near the end of the year.
That's right. Against Tarrant, 2 touchdowns was the margin of victory for Tarrant. 42-28 was the final score. But that Carbon Hill team in that game looked different than the one to open the season. It was a good offensive output. 42 points, could clean up the defense, but still, for homecoming, it was the big game, and Carbon Hill, there's room to improve, of course, but they did show improvement in that game from the beginning of the season to that point in time.
And, of course, James, obviously, when there's no stagnation, when you are making forward progress, ideally, that's what you want to do when you're first established in a job as Coach Emerson comes into his second year. Right,
with him now being there throughout an entire season, he's got his system in place. Kids know him, he knows the kids. This is usually when you see the biggest jump is the second year because the familiarity is there. So hopefully we see that in Carbon Hill. We see them take that next step and keep moving in a forward direction.
Well, we're going to segue over to the Carbon Hill Bulldogs. Head coach is DJ Emerson. Coach, if you would introduce your 2 players that you brought with us, give us an opening statement, and we'll open it up for questions.
All right. I appreciate you guys for having us. This is a great event, and we're honored to be here. To my right, I have senior linebacker, fullback Joseph Robbins. To my left is junior quarterback and safety Marcus Pierce, leader of our defense, the leader of our offense. Can't say enough about these guys and the leadership roles they've kind of stepped into. We had a pretty big group of seniors last year that was pretty much the leaders of our team, and these guys have really took the reins and done a great job along with several others. When it's hard to choose 2 guys to come here, that's a good thing. There's been years past where, it was hard to, find 2, and this year it was tough just to get 2 to narrow it down. So that's good. Like you commented earlier, year 2, the familiarity with the players, the familiarity with me, it's light years ahead of where we were last year. Just to be honest and clear, I was nervous sitting here last year. I'm still nervous to today, but I just knew we weren't where I wanted us to be. Are we still where I want us to be? No. It'll be 5 years probably before we get to where I would like for us to be and think we have the potential to go. But the buy-in, the growth. Last year I was real concerned about numbers. I mean, we had pitchers in July and 7 through 12. We had 20-something guys there. I mean, we got close to 70 guys in our program, 7 through 12 now. Had to make a real valiant effort to upgrade equipment and to buy more equipment, and that's great things. We want to build on that momentum, and, we're growing our numbers, our attendance is better, our work ethic's better, but we got to produce on the field now. So that's kind of where we're going to move our motivation to, and it's one day at a time. We got to keep climbing, and we can't take any steps back.
All right, Coach. The first game of the season on a Thursday night. It's the only game in the area that night, at home against Curry. You've been on both sides of the rivalry, and you have a unique vantage point of the rivalry that nobody else has. So I'd like for you to speak on that.
It's a great rivalry. I'm not going to say here. I was a big part of why it discontinued. I guess I was at least 50% of that. Was glad me and Coach Cordell got it back on the schedule this year. I wanted it game 1. I wanted it on Thursday night. Just exactly what you said. I wanted the only show in town to be us that night. I want a packed stadium. I want people from all over the county to be in. But it's kids these days lack a little motivation. So anytime you can introduce a rivalry back into play, it just increases that motivation. And being game 1 and starting the year, there shouldn't be any need for that extra, but it is there, and we're excited for it. I don't want the game to be about me because I've been at both places. It's about these guys. This game is never about me. I told them today, one of the last things I told them, guys, this is not my team. This is your team, and it's going to be their season. And it's my job to try to put them in the best places to be successful and to have a successful year.
Coach, coming off of an 0-10 season, what steps have been taken to produce a step forward in 24?
I think it's just being more familiarity, reiterating my expectations, our expectations. I was the first one to say it. 0-10 last year was my fault. I did a terrible job, and I've tried to do a lot of self-reflection in the mirror to see what I could do better. You think, just being at Curry and a program that was in a similar situation and things that were successful there, they may not have been successful at Carbon Hill. And, me understanding that and realizing it's a different place, it's a different set of kids, it's different. And, I'm going to have to adjust with that and do a better job. I'm more comfortable with my staff. I was still getting to know my staff, still trying to put staff into places very late last year. Our staff's pretty much been in place, and I just think from a coaching staff point, from my point, and then from a player's point, we're in a much better place right now. Do we have a long way to go? Absolutely, but we're in a much better place right now.
Final question, and this is for all three of you. What would you consider a successful season?
I'll start it. Game 1, okay? It's not win losses. I'm judged by wins or losses. That's fine, all right? And if you hear me talk enough, what kind of husbands, what kind of fathers, what kind of servant leaders they are in their community 10 years down the road, that's when I know that I've been successful and they've been successful. But just like you mentioned earlier, us to keep moving forward, us to keep progressing, moving in the right direction. And it's no secret, we want to win Game 1. We want to win Game 2, but we're only worried about Game 1 right now, and that would be a great start to our year.
To piggyback off what he said, I would say in a positive way would be like more attendance, better attitudes, and more buy-in overall.
I mean, in my opinion, I agree with Coach. I mean, we're just getting closer as a team, and we get better every day. It don't matter the win or losses as long as we're getting better and trying and doing the best we can.
Coach, talk about your region and your schedule a little bit. Tell us what you think about the region specifically, but schedule overall too.
I was really excited about the region about 2 days when it first came out, but we lost Winfield, and then they come back. Winfield's a tough team. Coach does a great job. McKinney does a great job there, but was kind of bummed that they got back into our region. But our region's tough. Gordo, Midfield, Winfield, Oakman. You can go on and on. Phil Campbell, we had them as a non-region game. They're in our region this year. And then we got some new guys that I really don't know a whole lot about. I'm focused on Game 1. The region's tough. We know that. We're not shying away from that schedule, but, it's one day at a time. It's one practice at a time, and it's going to be one game at a time. But we look forward to the challenge. I think, like I said earlier, I think we're in a better state. We should perform better against those teams, but those teams are not going to get any weaker. If not, they're going to get stronger. Winfield's got everybody coming back. And so we just got to be ready. And as a staff, we got to put these guys, we got to do a good job game planning, put them in the best chances to be successful, and just execute on Friday nights.
Since you have been with the team now for a year, what is it about this team? What can they do to take that step forward?
I think something he alluded to earlier. I was so worried last year, let's just say, of X's and O's and making sure we got this play in on offense or this play on defense, or our numbers were so low. Hey, buddy, you want to come play? And it wasn't about halfway through the year. I realized we weren't really a good team, like a team. Like, we weren't together. There was a lot of segregation, and, we didn't get along, and this group went this way and that group went that way. And, I really want our focus, as the summer and as we move into fall camp, is to start, that camaraderie. I mean, we're still going to have our friends that's going to go this and that, but when we're in that locker room, we're all one unit, and we're all there together. And it doesn't matter if you're the starting receiver or the quarterback, or you're the fifth string kicker. You still have a place and importance on our team, and you should be valued and treated the same way as coaches as we treat players, and as players treat players, and welcoming. We just want to welcome them in an environment. But I think that's where we're going to make our biggest growth, is being together and being a better unit in practice, in the school building, and then you'll see that on Friday nights as well.
If you guys have a fifth-string kicker, your numbers are definitely better, for sure.
Absolutely.
Guys, y'all speak to Coach's thoughts there a little bit, too, on What have you guys done specifically to be leaders and to help bring more people out, keep people focused, keep people pumped up? I mean, you've struggled. And so what do you guys have to do to keep this program going?
Just reflect on last season, the outcome we had. Nobody wants that outcome again. That left a bad taste in our mouth, and we're making sure we're there every day. Everybody's locked in and focused, and we'll have a better outcome.
Yeah, I don't think nobody liked last year, but we just get everybody together, everybody that wants to play. I think we've grown a lot of relationships this year with our team and gotten closer together. Really helps.
Coach, I see on the end of the schedule you also picked up Meek. That's a program in our area that has historically not been quite as well, and they have really picked up in the past couple of years. Formidable challenge to consider that you start off with a county rivalry, you end with a very good 1A program. Before them, there's Gordo. There's certainly no lack of challenges in your schedule.
Absolutely not. I wanted our schedule to be a little bit more gate friendly, but I still wanted those challenges. I mean, we're 0-10. We weren't very good. It doesn't matter who I schedule. There's no check mark. That's a W. You know what I mean? So that wasn't really a thought process going in. Yeah, do we want more competitive games? Yeah, absolutely. I think some of our non-region last year was we weren't really, it wasn't going to be competitive. It was just tough. So obviously, yes, we want to be competitive. But Meek is going to be a challenge being game 10. I fully expect them to be gearing up for a playoff run, as they close out their year and wanting to finish, their 10th game of the year on a high note. We traveled there this year, but then they'll return the favor in 2 years. But we're excited about the challenge, excited about, that close and maybe keeping it up, for years to come.
Coach, guys, we appreciate you all so much coming out and representing your program so well. The best of luck this year. We'll be certainly looking to see how the Bulldogs do.
Thank you. Thank you for having us. Like I said, this is a great event. Just a shout out to all the people in the community in Carbon Hill. We appreciate you guys. We're a tight-knit community, and I'm really getting to understand that. We sent guys out yesterday selling ads, and just the feedback that we had is phenomenal. So everybody come out that Thursday night. We're going to expect a great atmosphere and a great game.
And we're going to segue out of the Carbon Hill Bulldogs right now. Zach, I just see that this is going to be so much more of a different team this year. We saw improvement last year, and I think it's going to pay off this year. How much is going to be interesting to see also.
Yeah, that's true. But one thing that stood out to me is Coach Emerson took the blame for the 0-10 season. And I know that it's not entirely his fault. He's a good coach. More than that, he's a great man, and I'm sure that the 0-10 season wasn't his fault. But as a coach, he took the blame, and that shows a lot of character. It shows his coaching ability, certainly. So very good for Carbon Hill to have a man like that leading the program. And like you say, who knows what step it's going to take. I agree. I think it'll be better this year because, like he said, there's more camaraderie, and he's trying to build that even more this year. So I think that'll definitely help. But how much, I reckon we'll find out in a few weeks.
James, did you just see, was it just me, or did you see from the players, they were confident, they looked poised. It says a lot about the coaching staff when you can bring in players like that who haven't had a taste of success in a while, and here they are representing well and very confident and poised.
Yeah, I think for the players to be well-spoken and to have a confident attitude despite last season says a lot about them as individuals and also about the team and what Coach Emerson has taught them. We've mentioned it multiple times today, but game one is really important for both those schools. Curry and Carbon Hill, that's going to be a lot of fun. I think it's anybody's ball game, and I can't wait to be there.
Well, that's going to segue out of Carbon Hill. Up next for us at 1 p.m. will be the Dora Bulldogs. Stay tuned. Welcome back, everybody, to WJLX Media Days 2024 here from Los Reyes in the square in downtown Jasper. Now we're going to segue into the Dora Bulldogs. Another very good season for Coach Williams, 8-3 season, and another area title. And what's really amazing about this is the standard now for Dora is back to what we remember it for so many years as. The standard is really good football with great skill position and a lot of strength.
That's true, and it's coaching. Coach Williams is an expert in conditioning. He's really good at motivating as well. Last year they had an 8-2 regular season. Obviously the season didn't end well at Priceville, but they have an opportunity this year to erase that. So I'm very interested to see in which direction this turns.
Now, I'm sure this is about to get very interesting because our resident Dora Bulldog is here. So what do you think, James?
Well, I mean, it's no secret that Dora is my favorite team. As a 1996 graduate of Dora High School, I'm very proud, and I always love to see when they're winning. And Zach had said earlier when Cordova was up, he was talking about how when Cordova's winning, it's good for the rest of the county. I don't think that is my thought process. I do think when Dora is winning, we seem to see other people in the county kind of step up. And so I think that's a really important thing is to see East Walker County strong and to see Dora winning. And I feel like they've got a lot to prove this year after a season which was a good season last year, but I think Chavis is not going to sugarcoat it, and I'm sure he would say that they were disappointed in the way the season turned out.
Well, with that, we're going to segue over to the Dora Bulldogs. Head coach Chavis Williams, by the way, happy belated birthday, Coach. We just missed it one time. Anybody who missed it, the Baltimore Ravens even posted that. Happy birthday to Coach. Coach Williams, if you could give us an introduction of the two guys that you got and a brief statement, we'll open up to questions.
Yes, we're glad to be here. To my left is Jaden Griffin, senior. To my right is Cade Chanel, senior. Up until this year, it's going to be a little different. For the last 3 years, we've had a group of guys, these last seniors, led by example, great group of athletes. Gave the program everything that they could. We came up a little short last year, and some things played into that. And for whatever reason, God had another plan. But, we got a little chip on our shoulder, and these guys, they'll be the first ones to tell you that this year is about commitment, true commitment, going into it from doing all the little things right as far as picking up behind yourself, keeping the weight room clean, just being better teammates as far as communicating with each other and just teaching. And I think I heard Coach Emerson say that earlier. The really good teams are player-led teams. Us coaches can do so much. And so far, up until this point, these guys are two of our better leaders, and got a lot of playing experience, got a lot of expectations for these guys. I shouldn't say expectations, because with expectations come when it don't go well from you. Then you kind of stuck in the corner and trying to see what to do. But I'm really pleased up to this point. I'm really tickled about some of the opponents that we got for this year coming up. We went south for 2 days, and then we came back up north, and so that kind of caused some scheduling conflict, and we were scrambling a little bit. And we got Minor to open the season up, which I'm really excited about, to see how these guys can get in there and fight with a bigger school, traditionally bigger school, 6A, and athletic as they are. They're going to be a lot of challenges in that game. So we got our work cut out for us to open the year up. But I'm one of those that, I believe in getting tested early, playing against quality opponents to see where we're at. And then followed by that, we got corner, which is non-region. Corner's been good the last 2 years. They've had a tremendous amount of success, and that's a good community. And us two communities playing early in the year should be a lot of excitement. And then we go into region play, which we added a couple new ones with Fayette County and Good Hope and Fultondale, and then some of the familiar foes. With it's always a challenge playing Cordova, and then being in the region with them. and they just got a championship caliber head coach back down there that's going to get it rolling. So, and, you know, you got Curry. They're up and coming. Coach Cordova does a good job over there. So our schedule is pretty beefed up, but we're taking one game at a time, and we're excited for the opportunity to play. And, you know, the kids, like I said, they've done nothing short of giving me their best up until this point.
All right, Coach. Looking over the schedule, I noticed that the bye week is the very last week of the season. What are the pros and cons of that?
You know, we try to do research on it, and I don't know necessarily the exact answer, but my thinking on it is if we're really good, you know, we can have a week to heal up, a week to go scout, you know, a week that if we got a big tendency, we can break it before the playoffs start. And, you know, speaking about last year, I thought Priceville, who ended up putting us out of the playoffs, they did a really good job of simplifying stuff on defense in that week, 2 weeks they had off and kind of gave us a different wrinkle. Kudos to them. And the other side of it, if we're really bad, I guess the basketball coach can get them earlier. So.
All right, Coach. Your college head coach, Nick Saban, has retired. What kind of impact did he make on you, not just in your playing days, but throughout your life?
Just attack every day and with enthusiasm and just, you know, not be so result-oriented as far as the outcome of games. Do all the little things that lead up to it, and we'll get the results that we want. And how to persevere and be mentally tough and just grind it out. Just come to work every day, and you know, have the same level of expectations for the best player as you do as somebody that is not developed yet, and development of those players, because last year can tell us that, I mean, we played 9 freshmen last year, but due to injuries early on, and these guys will tell you that it wasn't no excuses. It was just the next man up. And so I think bigger than that is just the overall leadership and, you know, of the organization and holding people accountable and having high expectations and just, from my position, just showing these guys that I'm going to come to work every day. I'm going to have the same attitude. I'm going to be energetic. They're going to get the best version of me every day.
Coach, over the past couple of years, you've had plenty of regular season success. However, in the playoffs, things haven't gone so smoothly. What will it take to finally break through if the opportunity were to arise?
The overall belief in these guys that they can get the job done. Coaches lose games, players win them. We as coaches lose them. The players are the ones that win those big games by the belief and execution during the game week and staying away from the injury bug. That's a big thing too, and a little luck on your side. So I think people think that just, you know, you make the playoffs, that's just a given. No, it's not easy. So winning those games, I think, comes back to community support and just the overall belief of the kids that they can get the job done. So we're working daily towards that.
And finally, this question goes for all three of you. What would you consider a successful season for Dora here in 24?
Well, of course, making the playoffs is not where we want to be, but the main goal would be a state championship.
Like he said, the main goal, it would be a championship, not the playoffs.
I think, of course, they're young, but I think a successful season would be us reaching our potential and maximizing every weapon that we have and, you know, playing to the standard, which is playing good defense. And we've been honing on getting able to control the line of scrimmage a lot better. So look for it. We got a lot of experience coming back on the offensive line, so I look forward to us being able to run the ball a lot better. And, you know, like I said, just who knows what, that's the result-oriented thing. Success for me is these guys, you know, playing their guts out, playing for each other, and living with the results at the end of the day, having no regrets, and looking back on it 20 years from now and being able to talk about the camaraderie that they had with their teammates and wear their Letterman jackets and talk to and be able to pour into the next generation of players. But, you know, that's how success is measured to me, by just being the best version of yourself.
Chavis, you talked about how making the playoffs isn't just a given. And the last several years, y'all have been a play or two away from either region champ or fourth in the region. So what has that taught this team about, every game matters and how tough it is to make a playoff?
It just teaches you that you got to respect every opponent that you play. It's an old saying, nameless, faceless opponent, but you don't take stuff for granted. And the preparation you do every week is what I think wins those kind of games for you. And, just the overall belief in winning. Winning, you got to believe you can win before you can win. And that goes for any sport at any level. And just the brotherhood, the connected, that's a big word used now, the connected. We did a study. They'll tell you, we watched it. It was on Steve Nash about, he led the league. The year that they went to the finals and that he won MVP, he led the league in touches. And I'm not talking about how many times he touched the ball, how many times he gave, high fives and slaps on the butt. And we're preaching those things. We try to show videos of stuff all the time of examples because, I'm just old coach a lot of times. Somebody they can relate to that they look up to outside of this. So I think the way we prepare sets us up to be in those games, and I'm pretty sure every coach thinks the same way, but we truly believe in our work.
You've been with these guys now for a while. They've been in the program. You got a lot of guys who've been in the program. What makes this group of kids special? What makes them what gives them the potential?
They're definitely different because they're not a lot of rah-rah, not a lot of talking. These guys are about work, and that's it. And it's not a lot of, and I kind of like it because going to this year, it's not a lot of hype, not a lot of talk, not a lot of buzz. And I told them we're not going to be about that. We're going to be about putting that work hat on every day and going to work. And they continue to do that, and hopefully they continue to do that throughout the year. They've been excellent leaders up until this point. So, yes, I'm very proud of them.
And, guys, y'all talk about Coach Chavis. Not many people can say, hey, my head coach is a former NFL player. He's at his home school. How big is that, and what does he bring to you guys?
Well, he was coached by Nick Saban, obviously one of the greatest coaches ever to coach the game. And he's played in every level that we all dream of playing at, college and, the NFL. And he just brings that type of leadership to the team and experience that we need to help us grow.
He just brings the energy, the hype, all that, at one time, and I think it helps us out.
Coach, I've got to ask, how do you feel about redoing the rivalry with Jasper?
Well, I think it is a game that needs to be played. Coach Reyes, I've talked back and forth with him over the years through him recruiting some of our players and everything. And we talked about this when he first got hired and couldn't make it and was going to try to make it work, and we ended up doing. But I think it's that's what I grew up in two similar communities, that it'll be a big gate. Kids will talk about it for years. I think it needed to happen, and I'm glad it did. And let me tell you what, they're going to be much improved. They're going to be very much improved. I think they got an excellent coaching staff. I know they were young last year. They're going to be a year older. And so we got them on the radar, and we know it's going to be definitely a challenge. Glad it's at our place this year. I think it's that week that most people take off, so it should be a packed house. I think I did my research on it. Nobody plays around here at home that night, and other game was on Thursday. So I'm glad and tickled to death about it. It needs to happen. So
I'm gonna turn that to the players. You guys have that mid-season matchup with Jasper. A lot of Dora players have not been able to play that before in that rivalry. What's it like going to be able to actually play in that game?
I'm just ready to compete regardless of who the team is.
Obviously, it's an old rivalry. It hasn't been played in many years. I'm excited for the matchup. I know Jasper has some very good players, and they'll be much improved this year, but I think we're ready for the competition, and we'll see how the game goes.
Who's talking to you school-wise that you might want to talk about, or do you want to keep it just under your hat?
I have 7 offers right now to go play Division I college football, but I'm still weighing my options as of right now.
Hey, well, we'll definitely keep a hold of that, and best of luck to you guys this year. We'll be watching to see how you guys on the East Walker side do as it comes through the air. I know that region is awfully tough, Chavis. So best of luck to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
As we segue away from Dora, guys, I think Dora is one of those teams that we can see a real gamut of anything from clinching a playoff spot to actually a 3-time area title.
I agree. I think that there is a lot of potential here with Dora. Coach Williams is an outstanding coach, but like you say, this could go from, a decent season, but then they could take that next step, make a run in the playoffs. I think it could be very incredible for Dora. Very interested to see how that's going to work out.
James, your thoughts on what we could see from Dora this year? Do you think it could ram any gamut from just a clinch in the playoffs to a 3rd area championship?
Yeah, I think there's definitely there's a lot of potential there. I think there's a lot of question marks because it is a different team from last year, and they're playing in a tough region. But I think there's enough of a core back, and Chavis has been at Dora now for a while. I guess he's probably the long stay. Him and Coach Hall at Oakman in the county. So. It's interesting to see what could happen. I think it's going to be what I like is the schedule. To be able to have teams so close like Minor, Corner, Jasper, Cordova, Curry. I mean, and Fultondale. That's 6 of your games right there within, 20 minutes. So that's pretty cool to be able to do that. I think it's going to be some big gates, a lot of fans, and a lot of excitement there for this year's schedule.
And we're actually going to go ahead and immediately segue into the Oakman Wildcats. Zach, these are one of the 2 teams that you and I talked about prior that we really think could make a lot of noise this year. Granted, Oakman does have an extremely tough schedule inside their area because of the simple fact that, look, you've got Gordo and Winfield that are absolutely dominant. No, there's not really an off week in this region, and we know that Oakman plays a very tough non-region schedule as well. All of this makes up for what could be a deep playoff run.
Yes, definitely going to be interesting. And Oakman, their schedule, like you said, Gordo and Winfield, 2 3A mainstays that have always been really good and tough to beat. One side note, though, when I was 6 years old, I played flag football at Jasper First Church of the Nazarene. And my head coach was one man named Ryan Hall, and he did a very good job, tried to take my lack of talent and do something with it. But it definitely, I asked him last year how coaching flag football with first graders helped him prepare for coaching high schoolers to football, and he said it helped him all right. So I'd like to thank Coach Hall for the impact he's made on me.
I'm honestly surprised that Coach Hall didn't retire after having to coach Zach in flag football. Maybe that's why he's so hard to deal with, is it he knows he's got to deal with you again. No, I think the schedule is the thing. We saw last year Oakman, I mean, they played within a couple plays of beating a team like Winfield or beating the teams that are, up there in the region. And I think that we're going to see a team this year that's much more experienced. Last year, very young team, and a team that's going to make some noise out there. I mean, even with the schedule the way it is, I think it lines up for a great season for the Wildcats.
Well, with that, we're about to turn it over to Coach Hall. Now, Coach, normally I say introduce your players, but I already recognize one of our award winners from last year. Trace Cagle is with us. If you could also make our quick other introduction and give an opening statement, we'll open it up for questions.
Yeah, absolutely. We are thrilled to be here, and I always say this day kind of gives the signal that football season's right around the corner, and so we love it and appreciate you guys for doing this. We're proud to represent Oakman High School and our football program and our administrators and the Walker County school system, and each one of these young men. They're proud to be here, represent their communities and their families, and two really fine representatives of those things. To my left, Trace Cagle. Trace is about a 5-year starter for us. He's played as many football games as you could possibly play in a career, I think, and again, he'll be back as a starter for us on defense. He was All-State last year. Fantastic young man, leader in our program. Great example for our younger players. Just, one of those guys that does everything that we ask, and really he lives out what we want Oakman football to be, and so grateful he's here, and obviously you guys know what kind of football player he is. To my right, Tyler Thomas is our running back, started at running back. He's been starting for us since he was in the 8th grade. These guys are long-time starters for us. Tyler ran for about 1,000 yards last year and 15 touchdowns, and when he was an 8th grader, he started at safety for us and converted over to offense, and it's really been impactful for us on both sides of the football. But even more importantly than that, these young men are great young men that represent our program the right way, and they're everything that we would want an Oakman Wildcat to be. They come from great families that are very supportive. We're very blessed at Oakman to have parents that support our program, and so just a tremendous blessing to be here, and really proud of these two young men and what they represent.
All right, Coach, you are the longest tenured head coach in Walker County. What have you learned in your seasons at Oakman?
Y'all say that every year, like for 3 years now. I'm the longest tenured coach. I've only been there 6 years, but that's I've learned a lot. I mean, you learn something every day. Like today, I learned we got to get in better shape. But there's a lot of things that you grow and as much as a coach, you think you impact players impact you, and you grow in your way to communicate, and the way, sort of with this group, I've sort of turned loose a little bit and let them run the show because they've been around and played so much football. I don't know if I would have done that 3 or 4 years ago because you always want to be in control, but I've kind of learned to pull back the reins and give them some freedom to do different things, and they've kind of taught me that. So I would say that's probably the biggest area of growth for me is kind of, at some point you got to trust the players, and I feel very confident in this group, and not just these guys, but these guys especially, and kind of backing off and letting them be I'm just sort of sitting in the they're driving the car and I'm in the passenger seat now, and that's kind of been a cool experience for me.
How are you handling the pressure of taking over a winning program and building its success? When you took over, Oakman was in the midst of a good run, and you've continued it. So speak on that.
Yeah, I've never really thought of it like that. I obviously have a tremendous amount of respect for the job that Mark Hastings did while he was there, and you're right. Going into a job where they never won is a little bit different going into a job where there's been winning there and you're trying to maintain it. I obviously think that's a little more difficult, but we've never viewed it as we've got this pressure to do this and pressure to do that. I just think that we've taken it one day at a time and tried to put our own spin on it without taking away from the tradition and the things that were there, but kind of make it into our own. And even this team here is a lot different. This team is their own. This 2024 team is a different team, and we've tried to take it 1 year at a time. And we've been really fortunate. We've been able to continue to make the playoffs and continue that run, and that has a lot to do with our assistant coaches and our players and even their parents and the support that we get in that community. I think that's important, and that's allowed us to continue to still be successful, I think.
This question goes for all three of you. What would you consider a successful season?
What would I consider a successful season? A lot of people look at the wins and losses, but it's really about how you grow as a team and the experiences you have as a team. Like, you can't just go 10-0, but me and Tyler leave here, we never talk, we don't hang out, we have no connection. Like, that's not team, that's not camaraderie, that's not, you're not getting nothing out of it, A successful season is going out and fighting with your brothers and playing to the best of your ability every Friday night.
Well, I think a successful season is like when it's all done, it's all over, y'all can still bond, y'all are still that team, even if y'all just come together after that. Because it's not all about the wins and the losses, it's about who you are after that. Even if you lose, you win, y'all are still brothers, like y'all are still together at the end of the day. That's what I think a successful season is, what you get out of it.
Man, what incredible answers. Then I'm gonna let that play right there. That was great. So I agree 100% with what both of them said. We want to win. We want to win. Everybody that plays sport is competitive, wants to win. That's not what we're saying. But if that's the only thing that we get fulfillment out of is winning the last game, well, there's only going to be really 7 teams that do that, and the likelihood of that happening is just that. Again, we want to do that. But I think we've all found fulfillment in harmony of the team, and then growth. And I think, that is satisfying when we end the season. I just kind of have this vision where when that last game's played, we're upset and we're distraught because we don't get another day together. We don't get to go in that locker room together again. Whether we win the last game or lose it, I would hope that if we won the last game, yeah, we'd be happy and it would be awesome. But there would be a little piece of sadness there that we don't get to walk back in that field house together that next Monday. And so, I'm really proud of their answer because I think that they answered that question great. We want to win. Like, there's no doubt about it. But there's such a great value in learning to be on a team and being a part of something bigger than yourself and then growing. We want to grow. We want to all grow. And we talk a lot about trying to be bulletproof mentally, physically, spiritually, relationally. We want to be men that can handle anything. If we get beat, what wins the next game? Let's go to the next one. And that's kind of the mentality that we've tried to create, and these guys have helped build at Oakman. So a successful season would be that we all grow and we really chase our potential, and that we have harmony of team, that when we walk out of there, we're upset that this thing's over and we don't get to be together anymore.
You talk about the importance of being a team. Your school's a little different from most in Walker County as far as you get kids from 2 very proud communities with a lot of tradition, with it being Oakman and Parish. They come from 2 different schools. How is that a challenge, or is it a challenge to be able to build the team even closer when they come from 2 different places?
Well, I think the one unique common bond in both those communities is you have support from people in those communities. It's not that we don't have any issues of this. They're all Oakman Wildcats that are proud of where they come from, and I think that's important that we respect that and honor that. And there's a lot of proud people from Parish that go to our school that are proud of Parish, and there's nothing wrong with that. And there's a lot of proud people from Oakman. We have kids from all over. We have kids from a lot of different communities. And they should be proud of where they're from. And that's never infringed on our ability to have a team, because when we walk in that locker room, we're blue and white. I'm from Madison, Alabama. Like, I didn't grow up in Oakman, but I'm an Oakman Wildcat on Friday. Like today when we went to Fayette for OTA, we're all Oakman Wildcats. But at the same time, I still think you can respect each other and the differences in where we come from. And I think our players have done an incredible job of making our locker room a place where everybody has a place and they feel wanted and valued, and that comes a lot from the kids, not from me. I can tell them that all I want. Our assistant coach but the kids make that fabric of teamwork, and we have a really good, unique group of kids who are proud of who they are and where they come from. But when we all come in that locker room, we're together, and I've been really, probably more, I've said this many a time, that team last year, that's a group that I'm so proud of, because they went through the tough time of a 3-8 when we were young, a bunch of 9th and 10th graders. Nobody transferred out. That's the cool thing to do today when things don't go your way, is just go somewhere else. Nobody transferred in. We just rolled up our sleeves. They just rolled up their sleeves, and they went to work, and they totally flipped that thing around next year. Now, does that guarantee a success this year? No. But they did an incredible job of coming together, staying together, and that's unique. You don't see that a whole lot. And so, I take a lot of pride in that, and I know they do, and I'm really proud of them for that.
Well, for the players, you guys have been with Coach Hall now since you were junior high guys. What has he instilled in you guys to have that, don't quit, don't give up attitude, and to be able to fight even when you're facing big odds?
All my years being at Oakman, I think I've seen Coach Hall miss 3 practices, and one of them was because it's heart surgery. It's heart surgery. Like, he's going to be there every day. Like, he's going to show up and work. He's been there sick, no voice, barely hear him talk, still trying to scream. He's going to show up every day and work. And when you have somebody pushing you to work like that and leading by example, it is a great way to instill that in your team. And that's what he's done. And, I mean, he couldn't do it no better, I don't think.
Yeah, like Trey said, like he's always there every day, ready to work, energized. Like he brings the energy to us, and he teaches us how to create the energy for ourselves, like on Friday night, so we can be hyped, coming out, start the game off right. So I think him being here is a big impact on us in a good way, to show us how we should lead. He's a role model for us to look up to, and that's great for the team.
I want to add on that because I'd be remiss if I didn't say, like, we have tremendous assistant coaches at Oakman. Like, I'm getting chills talking about them because they are the nuts and bolts of what goes on in our program is Ben Painter, Jay Strotter, Jeff Ward, Stephen Sowell, Chad Duke, Jack Spradlin, Vic Crow. Who am I leaving out? Like, Major Langley. Those guys are what make – it's not like – and I appreciate them saying that, and that is important to me to be somebody that shows up every day. But those guys – they're the ones that are in the meeting room with them. They're the ones that Jeff Ward's the ones training him how to stick his foot in the ground. They're the ones that do that, and we have unbelievable assistant coaches. And so, you know, I appreciate that, and that's really and I'm glad that that's what they think of me. And I think they would say the same thing. They would say the same thing, that we have assistant coaches that they know that care about them and that are going to push them. And, you know, I think that's a staff thing. And it's a great question, but I want to make sure, like I said, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention the impact that those men, and they have an impact on me every single day that I walk in that building, just as these kids do.
Throughout the day, when we've had teams that are in your region, we've talked about how tough this region is. Talk about the region. Talk about what you've got on the schedule.
Yeah, it's a little bit different landscape. You know, obviously, everybody says Gordo, Winfield, and but we've got Phil Campbell's a new team. Hansville's a new team. We've been in a region with Vinemont before. We're very familiar with them. We know what they're going to be like. They're going to be big, strong, physical. They're going to keep the ball away from you. We kind of know that. Hansville, we still got midfield in that region. Carbon Hill, which I love DJ Emerson. I think that he does as good a job as anybody coaching football. I know his kids will be well prepared. And did somebody fumble the football back there?
That was me, Coach.
Wow. I don't get to get on you, Bentley. Gordo, Winfield, you know, those are the top-end teams. Great programs with great tradition. I love our region. Like, I love playing in this region because you've got a bunch of unique little towns where you go and football's still important there. And I think that's really neat. And I hope that I'm hanging on to that, like that football still matters in these communities. And we're blessed to be able to go into those places and play in communities that are like that. So it's a tough region. You know, midfield's got everybody back. Everybody knows about Gordo and Winfield. Winfield's got everybody back. They're going to be – but, man, I'm like, that's what – they want that. They want to play them. That's what we want. We want to play good people. And we wouldn't have it any other way. So, you know, we're going to lace our cleats up and we're going to play. And then when that one's over, we're going to say, who's next? Let's go play who's next. I mean, that's kind of how we will approach that.
Hey, Coach. I know a big change this season, some guys in, some guys out. What would be a successful season in your mind?
You just got here, didn't you? I did a dissertation on that 10 minutes ago. But I would I love you, and I will do it again if you want me to.
I didn't realize Zach was here. He's going to get
No,
out
I think you said something, though, that I would speak on is we had some dynamic personalities in our locker room last year that were really cool to be around, and I missed them. I missed the crap out of them. Not that we got great personality now, but they were funny and they kept it light. They're the opposite of me. Like, I'm all, and they're like coming in with music playing. I loved it. Like, I missed those guys. And so there's a little bit of change, but, you know, we just kind of all said we felt like success for us is you know, knowing that we grew and that we had a great team, harmony of team, and like everybody was all in and we laid it on the line. And, you know, we're not afraid to crash and burn because we feel comfortable with how we prepare and the work that we put in and that we do things right. And I tell them, you know, character is important. It is important to me. And you may not ever reach the ceiling basing everything on character, but the floor will never fall out from underneath you. And I know this team, the floor won't fall out from underneath us because we didn't do things right. We may get beat and we may not reach the ceiling, but it won't be because our character was not good, and that's important to us, and that's what both these young men said, and I think that is a successful season for us. Now, we want to win. I want to make sure everybody knows that so people don't go out and say, well, he don't care if they win or lose. Yeah, we do. We want to win. If you watch how they work, you would know they want to win. But I think that they're mature enough to understand, that there are other components to having a successful season.
Will you talk about playing Jasper in the Jamboree game?
Yeah, we're fired up about that. Just the opportunity to play in a big stadium against a big school. I kind of asked our players about that, and they wanted to try to go play somebody that would really challenge us, and it's just an opportunity for us to go and compete and measure ourselves, and the Jamboree is a good way to do that. Really grateful that they would, give us that opportunity, but it's going to be something that we prepare to play just like we would any other game. It's a game for us, and we're really excited about it. You might want. They probably have better answers than me on that. The kids normally do.
Yeah, I mean, it's an opportunity to get better, no matter really if it's Jasper or if it's anybody else. I mean, it's a game we got to work for, and we got to go out there and play.
And on top of what he said, I mean, it is a good game. I mean, they're a great team, and they'll prepare us for the rest of our season. They get us ready for what comes next. So even win or lose, it's who's next, who we got to play next.
Now, we do have a special tie. I hope Brett doesn't mind me taking a little executive direction here, but we actually have a state championship coach in the house with us. Coach Brandy Hall, step on in here for a second, Coach, because I haven't had a chance to congratulate you. Of course, you retired so you can watch Hampton, who we know is on the way up. Congratulations for winning the state championship. Softball lives here in this county, I can tell you that much. Coach, talk really quickly about your line. Also, you guys, Trace, Tyler, y'all brag on your line for a second. How have they developed that you've seen in the off season? Is it really going to be a really pronounced line that's going to lead to a lot of success like we believe it will?
Yes, sir. Our line is phenomenal. They've done nothing this summer but get bigger and stronger and faster. They are some stout players. This summer they've really proved themselves. They have. We just got a key component back on our line, Aaron Hanley. He's been out for a while, had some back issues, and he is back running 100% now, and it's really helping us.
Yeah, man, I love the line, man. They put in the work day and night just like we do, man. I mean, I trust them every Friday night to block for me. They open up the holes. I mean, ain't nothing they haven't done for me that I wouldn't do for them.
They try to keep them D linemen off me so I can make tackles.
Yeah, we lost a really good one in Gage Blanton, and we lost a couple of D linemen on the other side that were really good players, and we'll certainly miss them. But this is a group that's really experienced too. We took our lumps when they were all 9th and 10th graders. They did, and so they're battle tested and really close group, and I don't know if you can single out one group as it's not like that, but 5 linemen have to work in unison for anything to work offensively. And on defense, the defensive line affects the game more than anything else, in my opinion, on defense. And so, we will rely heavily on those kids on both sides of the ball. And certainly, those names, Carson Gillen, Aaron Hanley, TJ Rogers, Braden McClenny, Landon Lee. I'm leaving some out, Quincy Graham on the defensive side, Gage Hanley. I hate to leave anybody out, but those kids have played a lot of football, and certainly we'll depend on them a lot.
Coach, guys, we appreciate so much y'all coming out to media days and representing your program well. Best of luck. I know this is going to be quite a daunting challenge through the regular season, but I think that you guys are really confident and looking forward to it for a reason.
Yeah, and again, I say this every time we come, and we just appreciate you guys so much and the job that you do to promote high school athletics, and you guys do it the right way, and that's what makes football special around here is we still have people that value it and make it important, and it's all about these kids, and you guys are a big part of promoting them and making the experience great for them. So thank you, and Zach, you're the man. I always love to see you, and I'll say it right here on camera. I'm so proud of you for what you do, and you're awesome at what you do, man. And thank all of you guys. So go Wildcats.
Thank you, Coach. I appreciate you too.
We're going to take a 3-minute break, and we will be back with the Sumiton Christian Eagles, so stay tuned. Well, welcome back, everybody, to WJLX Wal-Win Area Media Days 2024 here from Los Reyes on the square in downtown Jasper. Up next is the Sumiton Christian Eagles. And, guys, I guess we all have to have a favorite team. I do PA announcing for softball, so this is kind of my favorite team. But really a really unique and challenging year for the Eagles last year, Zach. As we know, the things were in a constant state of flux with them. They come on out, and they were real survivors. Opponents just said, I don't know how in the world you were playing with so few players, but they really rigored those challenges, and I think it's going to be better off as for the program for it.
Yeah, that's true. They had to forfeit a couple games last year because they did not have enough healthy players. And it's a shame because I think Sumiton Christian would have had a better season. You look at the 0-10, that doesn't show the Sumiton Christian team. They had talent. They just didn't have any depth. And that's one thing that I'm sure they're going to have changed this year. First of all, it's a great place for success because they've had success in the past. And it's not that easy to take them from 0-10 to the playoffs.
James, your thoughts?
Well, and how I'll piggyback off Zach, him saying that, it's a place that has had success. They've been successful in football, but, I mean, you look just this year. They won a state championship in baseball. If you win a state championship in baseball, you can win football games. And that's what I think we'll see this year. New coach, a lot of excitement around the program. I feel like we'll see a step up. And it may be a bigger step up than what any of us would expect. So I look forward to seeing what's going to happen with Sumiton Christian this year.
We'd like to officially welcome in head coach Jarius Williams, who is actually one of our area heroes. I remember writing up articles for you when you were at Parrish. If you could introduce your guys and then just give us a little bit of brief statement before we open up for questions.
Hey, how we doing, guys? I have right here on the long side of me, I have Ty Walden, running back / cornerback for us. And I have my man Chikaze. He'll be playing middle linebacker and with a left tackle for us. Yep. So really and truly, man, I know you guys, we speak about last year, but of course we want to leave the past in the past. Moving forward, right now we've been working really hard, this off season. It's a new era in Sumiton Christian. With that being said, man, we looking to be the best we could possibly be each and every day,
Congratulations on being hired. What are your thoughts heading into your first year at Sumiton?
My thoughts, really and truly, man, leaving the head coaching job aside, just going in, just showing the kids that that they are loved, building community, and building as far as togetherness. Together we could accomplish more, and that's the mission. The mission is together we can accomplish more, and that's what we'll do. We're gonna do that. We're gonna love on them. We're gonna build genuine relationships. The X's and O's, that's the easy part. You get what I'm saying? So if I could get you to know that I love you, you know what I'm saying? I feel like you'll do anything for me, because if I love you, I'll do anything for you.
All right, Coach. We mentioned 0-10 last year. Didn't go well for Sumiton Christian. Since this is your first year, how have you been rebuilding the program?
First thing first, we started in the weight room. You get what I'm saying? Implementing a weight program, implementing a speed program, implementing some of the things that, I heard you guys speak about injuries. One way to prevent those things is the weight room. You get what I'm saying? So with that being said, that was big for us, implementing the weight room, a weight training program. And that's just what we started. That's the foundation, and we'll just build off of that.
This question goes for all three of you. What would you consider a successful season this year?
Just going out, building a team together, being good teammates, and really just going out there and just having fun.
I'd say having fun as well. Hopefully winning a few games. Not hopefully. We will win a few games, and I think that would be a good season to see go out on some wins.
Yeah, me, myself, just looking at them just come together, just gel together as a brotherhood, and working well together.
Coach, we talked about that last season. Depth was a killer issue. Mm-hmm. What are your numbers like, and Are there still more guys in the hallways that you're trying to get out for the team?
Numbers are up. We have won a couple back over onto the football field. We're working to get more. I haven't been in the school building yet because, of course, I just started, like 3 weeks ago. So with that being said, like I told you guys in the beginning, my goal is to let them know who I am as a person. That way they could trust me. And I feel like we'll get a couple more. We just waiting on the bells to ring.
Talk about it's your first year as the head coach and also as a head coach in high school football. Talk about the schedule, what you may know about the teams, and just kind of your philosophy going into it.
So with that being said, considering this is our first season here with the Sumiton Christian Eagles, I feel like a lot of teams, they don't know what they have coming for them. You get what I'm saying? So that's a great thing. As far as the schedule goes, we have a few on the schedule, that could be a challenge. But at the same time, we're not fearful anymore. We're not backing down anymore. I've heard that, in the hall, well, not so much in the hallways, but in the staff and around, like taking hits. No, we're not taking hits. We're giving them. You get what I'm saying? So now, just changing the mindset. So with that being said, I can't speak for other teams, but as far as our team, I know we'll be a completely different program.
Guys, I know you've only been with Coach for a few weeks now, and we haven't really hit practices or things like that yet. But what have you picked up from him? What are some positives that you see coming already?
Yeah, it's been amazing since he's been here. Just being able to do more working out, getting better, getting stronger, and getting faster, getting our speed up. And he has a bunch of knowledge to give us, and hopefully that translates during the season to make us better.
I agree on that. Having a workout schedule, something we've lacked years before, is something that's really nice to see. All of my teammates working out together and getting better together, and he's doing a good job at helping us do that.
Coach, talk about maybe some of the things you're bringing over from your days at Parrish and your days at JUCO being a successful player.
See, a lot of people forget that I come from a 1A school. So with that being said, at a 1A school, it's togetherness. It's community. It's about serving the community. Like not just playing, focusing on one sport, or not just focusing on this and then doing that. Like we got to help each other. Whether it's in the stands, in the school, community is something that I would like to bring to the table, and of course grit. Toughness, mental toughness, things of that nature, like not backing down from anything, but giving. You get what I'm saying? Giving. Championship mindset.
To the players, what's it been like since Coach has come over? How has the change been?
Yeah, it's been amazing. Like I said, we've been getting after it, working out almost every day, getting better with our speed, getting faster. And I think during when playing the games during the season, we'll just get 2 times better than we were last year.
Yeah, I've done what he said. I mean, it's just been great. Together, working out, getting stronger, everything like that. All the other coaches he brought along with him are just as serious and focused on us getting better, and it's a great environment.
Coach, do you feel that your first head coaching job, being at a 1A, those small communities like you just mentioned, where you're from and what you're comfortable with, did that help your decision to want to take the job?
What really helped my decision, to be perfectly honest with you, is being a server. You get what I'm saying? Serving, coming into a place that need help. I've always been the type of person, if you need me, I'm there for you. So with that being said, with all the knowledge that I have had and been able to gain, it's really helped me a lot to transfer over into Sumiton Christian. And yeah, that did play a big role in my decision.
Coach, how much does your background as far as strength and conditioning goes, how much is that a key factor for you in coming in, taking over a program, and building a program?
Well, like I said, champions are made in the weight room. So with that being said, the weight room actually changed my life, So with that being said, it's important. It's important to have a weight program. And from my background, I went from a puny 7th grader to starting on a state championship game as an 8th grader and being dominant. And the weight room done that for me. And I know, and it carried throughout my whole career, even from junior college to the SEC, college, period, weight room. It builds that confidence, and that's what we need at Sumiton Christian. We need confidence. We need our confidence back. And that ain't nothing but just a mental thing, and that's weight room.
Well, guys, we certainly appreciate you joining us today. Best of luck. Go Eagles this year. We'll be looking forward to it.
Hey, thank you so much, guys.
And we are going to take a small break. Winston County will be up next, so stay tuned.
Good job, fellas. Good job.
That should catch us up halfway decently, Brett.
What time is?
Welcome back, everybody, to 2024 WJLX Wal-Win Area Media Days here at Los Reyes on the Square in downtown Jasper. As we segue away from Sumiton Christian, we'll head into Winston County. Winston County, one of those Winston County teams that have had some good marketable success the past few years. They went dead even, 5-5 last year, but still, when you look, it's another one of the successful components to make that area what makes it so very good.
I know it. In Winston County, well coached, a lot of talent. But you're right, 5-5 last year, didn't make the playoffs. I know that's something that they're going to want to address. But still, I mean, to be 5-5, and they had a very talented team, but they still had the worst record in Winston County, which means that that's such a talented county, and hopefully we'll see some more improvement. But it might be hard to get much better.
And, James, over the years, we've seen a lot of great Winston County teams. This one certainly has all the chances to certainly be another one.
Yeah, I think so. I think there's a lot of expectations.
Want to see some improvement on that 500 season and see this team in the playoffs. One thing that we didn't do when he arrived for the last team was introduce Jonathan Bentley's here now. And so we want to get a few words from him for sure. Make sure he's awake over there.
Is this about Winston County? Okay. Yeah, it seemed like, Winston County's always in the mix, and last year it was just bad luck, it seemed like. They opened that season with they shut out Addison in the opener. And then, they be up big in some of those region games, and it just seemed to go the other way a lot. But I expect them to be back in the playoffs this year.
Well, with that, we are going to segue directly over to Winston County. Head coach Caleb Simmons joins us now. He's in his second season. Coach, if you could introduce the two players that you brought for this segment and make a brief opening statement, then we'll take it questions.
Well, first of all, I appreciate y'all doing this every year. It's really great, and I think Coach Hall, he said it best when media days roll around. That's kind of the people start raising eyebrows that football season's about to be here, and that's an exciting time. Not just at Winston County High School, but all over the state of Alabama and all over the South. So we're excited about what we have coming back. We're excited about how everything's gone this summer, how everything's gone since the end of the year last year. Kids have really worked hard since that last game last year, and I couldn't be more proud of them. It's just a great group of kids, and they had the opportunity to choose who they wanted to represent them, and they chose Landon Kelly on my left. He's a quarterback and linebacker. He played quarterback all 10 games last year and did a great job. Brock Yeager is one of our offensive defensive linemen, and he did a great job for us last year. We're excited to have both of them back, and these are the guys that their teammates felt wanted to be the representation for them, for the school, and for the community of Double Springs, and we're excited to be here.
All right, Coach. Last year you had 4 one-possession losses out of your 5. 4 of them were by one possession. How has that affected the preparation for this season?
Well, last year, a lot of times things happen that you can't really explain, and that seemed to happen a lot to us last year. When you look at it on paper, you see, one possession here. You lose to the number 2 team in the region by less than a touchdown, the number 3 less than a touchdown, the number 4 you're up 35-13 at halftime and find a way to lose. Sometimes the ball bounces 15 different ways and none of them go to your way, and to me it really spoke to the character of last year's team, because they could have just, after that second or third time, they could have just laid down, but they came to work every day. They gave effort the whole year. Kids playing with, just tore up knees and separated shoulders. It was amazing to watch, to be honest with you. And just the love they had for one another. It was, going 5-5. It wasn't what we wanted, but just to see the way those kids last year, they battled. It was amazing to see. But that being said, the juniors and sophomores and the young guys that we had coming back, they were a part of that too, and they don't want that to happen again. And, not speaking on, wins, losses, and stuff like that, they just don't want to have the opportunity there and let it slip through their fingers. So they've really done a great job in the weight room. They've done a great job preparing themselves and putting themselves in a situation to be successful.
If you could go back and talk to yourself before last season started, knowing what you know now, what would you tell yourself last year?
I think the biggest thing would be, patience. Hard for me to really explain patience in that, it's going to work out. It's going to work out. Don't panic. I think a lot of times myself as well as some of the kids, this something wouldn't go the right way, and okay, we got to go do this. Stay the course. You may lose the battle, but you need to win the war. And I think that was the biggest takeaway that I had, is to just persevere and just keep on the track.
This question is for all three of you. What would you consider a successful season this year?
I think just improving, being a better team overall than we were at the beginning of the year, and just learning from our mistakes and just doing the best we can.
I would also say improving and seeing the team improve, such as players get better at their positions as well as the plays that they make throughout the season.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, man. That's really, a testament to what, we're not going to measure. If we don't win ball games, they're going to run me out of town. But, a success to me, and I think I said this last year, as long as you start here, if you end up here, what more could you ask out of the kids? Just get better every week, get better every day. What more could you ask out of the kids than that, in my opinion?
Coach, what's the difference in makeup between this year's team and last year's team?
Last year we were really heavy senior-wise up front. We had 4 seniors on the offensive, defensive line. We lost 2 skill guys from last year, and that's all we lost. But we lost 4 linemen. So we got some linemen that haven't played much, but to their credit, they have really jumped into this role, their new role. Well, not necessarily their new role, but the role they have been given. They've jumped into that, and they've done really well as far as absorbing and learning. But last year we relied really, really heavily on the line to just be able to, force our way through things, I guess. And this year, our line's going to have to rely a little bit more on our skill guys and our speed guys to kind of take a little pressure off of them. But, no team is the same. Last year's team is last year's team. This year's team is this year's team. And then a year from now, that team will be totally different from this team. So you see what you got at the beginning of every year, and you work from that.
Talk about your schedule a little bit and kind of expectations for it.
Well, we start off with Addison, and then we play Meek after that. We got in a new region, so we don't have to go near as far. We don't have to make that Aliceville trip or that Tuscaloosa Academy trip or that Greene County trip. Our travel isn't near as bad as it has been being. So we're excited about that. We're excited to have 2 county teams on the schedule. I think it's great for the community. I think it's good for the surrounding communities. One big thing that we are doing is we're having a jamboree, and we're having 5 different teams come in on August 16th to play at our place. It'll be Winston County, Curry, Hubbartville, Sulligent, and South Lamar. They're all coming in and playing a jamboree at our place, and we have vendors, food vendors, jumping slides, and snow cones, and boutique stores, and all kind of stuff set up around the track during the game. So to me, that's really big for our community, really big for the town of Double Springs to kind of have the, the camaraderie of the community, and the community is great. They do a great job in the community of Double Springs. Anything they can do to help, they just want to help, and that kickoff is kind of a big deal for us as far as getting everybody together and being a tight-knit group, a tight-knit community.
Coach, talk about the benefit of having a returning quarterback like you do.
You, Bentley.
Talk about the benefit of having a returning quarterback like you have.
That's always great. Landon has never played quarterback until last year, and he was kind of thrust into that role last year, and without talking bad about him, he didn't know what he was doing. And from there to see this kid from where he was this time last year to where he was even today at the OTA at Fayette, it's daylight and dark. And he has really taken it upon himself that, you know, when I first got there, Landon's going to be the quarterback because if he can't do it, if he can't do something, he's going to figure it out. And Landon Kelly has figured it out in the past year.
So you've had several stops, and how does this Double Springs community compare to other places you've been, their love for football?
Well, I was at Cordova for 5 years, and I was at Fayette for 4 years. Perennial playoff, perennial, I guess, power teams, and then I come to Double Springs, and it's the same. You know, there's so much support in the community that, you know, everybody just comes up. Is there anything that y'all need? Anything we can do? Now, I'm not saying they don't have that at other places, but that was the thing that really I appreciate, and I know that the kids appreciate, you know, the town and the administration and everybody at Double Springs at Winston County High School working together, you know, all for a common goal. Because, you know, at the end of the day, it's not the Winston County football team, it's not the Winston County baseball team, softball team, it's Winston County High School. And we're striving for our kids to have success in everything they do. You know, I want Brock to be able to pull and kick out on the counter, but I also want him to graduate and be someone's daddy and someone's husband in a few years, and be a good daddy and a good husband. And that's what we're working towards, and it's really exciting to see everybody pull in the same direction on that aspect.
And that's a pretty fit lead-in, Coach, because we understand that you brought some special guests from your band community, which we know it's part of symbiotic for football season. You got to have the band and the cheerleaders. You brought some band members, so if you could explain a little bit about that, I know they'll be coming in a moment.
Oh yeah, well we last year I brought some cheerleaders, and this year I thought it would be great to have the band because, you know, the band and the football team, they're synonymous with each other. You know, we had the opportunity to see them play a couple games last year, and Mr. Watts, this very well-dressed gentleman here, has done a great job with our band, and we're just excited to see them and excited to have them here. We have our drum major, Macy Blevins. She's here. She's a great girl, great athlete. And Parker Shannon is also here, and he plays offensive, defensive line for us. And then at halftime, he'll be out there doing a little jig on the drums. So that's really, you know, what I'm talking about as far as everybody pulling in the same direction. Everybody being together.
We're going to take a small break, and then we'll be back with the members of the Winston County Band. So we'll be back after a 3-minute break. Back, everybody, to WJLX 2024 Media Days. And now we have a special segment. Members of the Winston County Band have joined us. Coach, I'll let you do the honors for this. Just introduce who you have here with us.
This is Parker Shannon on my left. He does a little jig on the drums, and he also plays offense and defensive line for us. He came out and played for us this year, and we're really excited to have him. Macy Blevins is over here on my right. She does about anything that you can do at the school. You know, any sport you can play, she does, and she's also the drum major. She does a really good job at anything she does. And this very handsome gentleman behind me is our band director, Coach Watts.
Well, Coach, if you want to give us a little statement, talk about some of the accolades that you guys have so recently won this year.
So this is my first year with the Pride of Winston County Band. We went to 3 competitions last year, and we received all superior ratings, which is probably the highest that you can get overall. We also received Best in Class Percussion, Best in Class Drum Major, Best in Class Band, Majorette, and Dance Line. This year we hope to continue on with that success. We're going to go to 4 competitions this year and really just expect about the same from the kids.
To both of you, do you guys enjoy having both activities such as band along with your athletics? Does the mixture help you out?
Oh, absolutely. I think that what it boils down to me the most for is doing what I can with the abilities that I'm given to serve my community, because I think that it's really important to do what you can to represent your school and whatever you can do. And I've been given the ability by God to just be able to serve the band as in leadership there and drumming the band. And then I decided that over this past year that I felt the responsibility to do what I could to help my football team out too, and just do whatever I can to serve my school and just represent my community.
Yes, I love all the sports that I am in. It keeps me involved with my community, and I can say that God really helps me with this, keeping it all together, and I just enjoy it, keeping involved with the community.
We really appreciate all of you guys coming on. You're excellent representatives of Winston County High School. Coach, thank you for bringing them and bringing them on. We certainly appreciate it.
Absolutely. I appreciate y'all having us. Don't forget, make sure y'all come out to our jamboree. You know, get yourself in game shape for the upcoming season. It's going to be a good time. Mr. Watts is going to have the band out there doing their thing, and you get to watch some good football. It's going to be a good time. I appreciate y'all having us.
Thank you very much. And next up at 2:30, we are going to have the Jasper Vikings, our final team of the day. Stay tuned.
To my right here is, you know, JoJo Odoms, D-line and tight end. You know, both of these guys, they earned the right to be sitting here today and speaking for our team. You know, it was an enjoyable year from the standpoint of getting to know the kids. You know, it's never enjoyable when you don't perform, you know, at the level that you want to perform. But the good news is, you know, we're very, we lost a few key players from last year, but you know, outside of a couple of key players, I feel like we've been coaching the same guys since the day I got here in February. I mean, it's the same team. I mean, I look up and it's the same guys that were here last year battling and got put in some tough situations because they weren't ready yet, physically or mentally yet ready to play. At most schools, they would have been able to play. A bunch of them freshman ball, some of them junior high ball, but a whole slew of them JV ball. You know, and it put a lot of pressure on both of these guys as well as other guys on our team to try and carry the load and really be superhuman. And, you know, I'm super proud of the team. I told them the same thing at the banquet, you know, how we asked them to do, and they kept coming. And I'm especially proud of these two guys for putting the majority of that on their shoulders last year.
All right, Coach.
You always ask the tough questions. I remember you from last year, so that's
I try my hardest.
No, you do great. I'm just kidding.
I appreciate it, Coach. We've mentioned that you have outstanding fans at Jasper, wonderful fan support, a beautiful stadium.
Yes.
That's wonderful. Unfortunately, this year there's only going to be 4 home games. So speak to the pros and cons and challenges of that.
You know, scheduling is always difficult anyways. You know, we had to hold off on scheduling. We had to wait on scheduling because we didn't know which way our classification was going to go. You know, it wound up being, I think you'll know better than me, 28 kids. Is that right? So it's about 28 kids, or we'd have been making a whole different schedule than the one we had. And so that kind of held us out. And you know, if we got 4 home games, you know, or 6 home games, or whatever the case is, you know, something we talk about all the time is, you know, we don't care if we play out in the parking lot. We just want to play. You know, we just want to play. And for me, and I know these guys, I know they like putting on the black and gold and going out in front of our great fan base and all the support they give. But you know, we're really just trying to be wired to play as hard as we can play no matter where the game is. So we'll get through it. It just means we'll get to play 6 at home next year, you know. So unfortunately it worked out that way this time. But you know, it's part of it. You know, it's a little adversity, and we're just going to keep moving forward.
Coach, for the first time since 2011, your rivalry game with Coleman is actually a region game.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on that? Also, considering it's not in its traditional season opening spot.
Yeah, you know, it's really strange. You know, I don't like Coleman whether we play them game 1 or game 10. You know, and so it's going to be a big game. But you know, it's hard for me to focus in. I know it's a lot of fun for the fans, and I know it's a lot of fun for the players' rivalry games. But for me, it's really just the next opponent. You know, I mean, whoever it is and wherever they show up, we're not going to change how we prepare. You know, we're working for a spot at Jasper where we play just as hard in a non-rivalry, non-region game as we do in the most important game of the year, and that's the culture that we're trying to create. But I'm always excited to play Coleman, you know, whenever they come in. So I don't think it'll lose any of its magic, this time. So
this question goes for all 3 of you. What would you consider to be a successful season this year?
Start on you.
I feel like I want our successful season I feel like we should all come together as a team. I think we should play together. Our teamwork is good once it comes to offense and defense on both sides of the ball. I feel like we all should boost each other up and not bring each other down when we're on the field.
Good. I think having a winning record is
important to us to keep us up and to keep us going and just play how we play as a team. We just need to come together, like Makai said. That's it.
And, for me, I'm not going to put a number on it. I know these guys have put in the work to win. These guys, I wouldn't say deserve, because you know how life is. You don't really deserve anything. You just work and take what you think belongs to you. And so, to me, I always measure the success. When I start talking to y'all about, how much I've watched this young man to my left grow, or how much I've watched JoJo grow over the last 18 months, and I can look at our entire team and watch them growing as young men, both physically and from a maturity standpoint and all that. That's really to me how I'm going to measure the success of this team. The kind of young people that we're putting forward and getting them ready to move on into the important parts of life. Now, I'll tell you this. I want to win every time we do anything. I don't care if it's a game of tiddlywinks. I'm going to try, and we're going to try and get after but, it's hard to put a number on a win thing. I'm really looking more at these guys and their maturation and watching them grow into the young men that I know they're going to be one day.
Coach, let me ask you, and I asked Coach Williams this, the renewal of the Dora rivalry. It's been several years since we played them. It'll be something new for you, right. Something new for the players too. But to talk about how important that game is, and we mentioned the 4 home games, but you have to make one road trip to Dora, which is just next door. But talk about how that came about and your thoughts on renewing the rivalry.
Yeah, like I said earlier about the rivalry, I know how exciting those kind of games are for fans. Our guys are going to get up and play regardless, but it's fun having that extra little bit of motivation. Chavo and I have known each other for a long time. I got a world of respect for him, and I think what a good measuring point for our players. All Chavo's accomplished down there and all they've done from a standpoint, and that's who I said it last year. That's the kind of people we want to play. So we're really excited about an intra-county type contest. Anytime we can do that, and it's going to be fun. We know how well coached they are. We got a lot of respect for them, and so boy, you're getting way into it now. I'm still looking at how we're gonna do them first, which lead up to that, and so. But it is on there. We are playing Dora, and we are excited about it. And I hope our fans get excited about it. And I know our players have worked as if they're on a mission, as if they got something to prove, watching them buy into what we're trying to do and stuff. And I know they're just excited to play regardless of who we play. And so that's what gets me excited, is seeing our players excited.
Coach, the last time Jasper moved up to 6A, a coach got scared and left town.
Yeah.
So, what's your take on a move up in a competition?
I'll tell you, I'm too old to be real scared of a lot of stuff. My wife is mean, my boss is mean. If the worst thing I got to worry about is moving up to 6A, then we got a good thing. But I'm excited, man. I'm excited. I want our players to see another level. I want them to see another thing. And when we're talking about Muscle Shoals, Athens, Hartselle, a tradition-rich Decatur, Coleman, even now, you talked about it being a rivalry game. The stakes are even higher now. There could be real playoff ramifications, real championship ramifications on that game. And so, I'm excited. I was excited the second they did it. We just want to play. We just want to play 7A, 12A, 6A. We just want to go out there and compete. So we're good. Now you can ask these guys about that. They might have a different take on it.
Yeah, what are you guys' take on the move up to 6A?
I feel like we could do good. We just got to work together. If we work together, on and off the field, we could make something happen.
I just think it comes down to loving the competition and going out there and playing our ball and how we play. That's it.
Good. Good.
Coach, let me ask you real quick about your staff. You've made a lot of changes in the off season. Talk about the staff, and this is a staff that I don't know. I look at it and I consider it maybe to be one of the best in the state because there's a lot of really good coaches on the staff.
How lucky are we? You know, and I'll tell you, I really the guys we had last year, I couldn't be more appreciative of all they did. In my transition, I should say, but our transition moving forward, a couple of those guys are still going to be with us, just in other spots. But man, you bring in 2 head coaches and a future head coach, and mix them in with the guys we already had, and there's even a couple of more surprises that are coming. If you thought it was good, there's a couple of more surprises that are coming here. You know, once we get to practice, and that'll be there with us on a daily basis. So, you know, I would really talk to the players about the coaches. I know this; they were all handpicked, and we feel very fortunate to have them. They all bring a level of energy, a level of experience, a level of knowledge to our football team and our young men here at Jasper. And so we're lucky to have all those guys. You know. Coach Good, head coach at Mortimer Jordan. Boy, what a successful run they had, and I think he was there 12 years, maybe 11. I don't know, but you know, the run they had under his tenure there as the head coach, having him as our defense coordinator, you know, and all the wealth of experience he brings, having Coach Smothers added to the staff, and obviously a head coach at several places, a journeyman, if you will. He's seen a bunch of football in his time. It's kind of a homecoming to me. He coached my youngest son at Athens, you know, and so we feel very fortunate to get him. And then the offense, he's going to be doing our special teams, and our offense coordinator, Jake Houghton, is a guy from right here down the road that we feel very fortunate to get. It's the same offense, just up a few notches, you know, from where we were. And so it's really exciting, but I'll be anxious for you to pose that question to the players here, what y'all think about the new coaches.
I think the coaching staff is great. I think we can make something happen. Learn new offense, new defense a little bit, not too much, but the offense, I think if we learn the plays quicker, we can have the motion of get going quick.
I just think they bring something new to us that we haven't learned, so they teach and we listen. And that's a big part of our role is listening to the coaches.
Absolutely. And it is, you know, it's like I said, our coaching staff last year, I couldn't be more thankful for all they did and all they poured in to our young people. But, you know, this is a business where things change and things move forward and people have different priorities and stuff. And so we're just so fortunate to replace all the good guys we left with who we think are really top-notch coaches in any region or any classification. Once you sit around and say, man, we got 2 head coaches and a future head coach and you know, ESPY award winners and all kinds of stuff on this staff. I mean, we feel very blessed with all the experience they bring.
Coach, I know it was a rough season last year, but would you say how valuable is the experience that young team got last season?
You know, I don't. It wasn't rough for me, you know, because we knew it was going to be a process. You know, we knew it was going to be a process. You know, I've shared my vision with Coach Jordan several times about where we're trying to go and what we're trying to do and what we're trying to accomplish, where we want our place in history to be. And so it was tough, but when you know it's coming, you know, it's like I said, if you would have asked me in March, I would have told you, well, it's going to be It's going to be difficult with the lack of experience we have, but then when it starts, I think we win every game. You know, that's just who these players are. That's who I am. Again, I feel like I've been coaching the same team for 18 months, and you know, watching them grow up has been really exciting. I can see the difference. You know, I can see the difference in practice. We're playing at another speed. We're you know, our level, our attention to detail is in a whole nother world. You know, when you're coaching young guys who are talented, a lot of times they don't understand the importance of details. You know, and so that was a huge learning curve for them. You know, so what do y'all think about all the experience being back?
I feel like it hit us in a spot to where we know we need to work harder. We know we need to do more stuff to not let that happen again.
Yeah. What do you think about all the experience coming back?
I just think it comes down to us learning and, you know, new playbook, new plays, new coaches. Just had to adjust and get ready for the season.
What's the comfort like for you a year in now, Coach?
You know, I love Jasper, and I love our administration at Jasper High School, and I love the support that we get from central office, and it's fantastic. But I never feel real comfortable. I mean, you know, I wake up in the middle of the night thinking about, oh no, what if they run quarterback power and we've got this called? Oh no, what if we got this dialed up on offense and they give us this? That's one of the things that as a coach that keeps you going all the time is I never want to be comfortable. I never want to be complacent. I never want our coaches to be complacent. I think that's one of the best lessons we can give the young players at Jasper High School. Our football team is don't ever be complacent, don't ever be happy. You know, keep reaching for more, reaching for more, and reaching for more. So my comfort level as far as living here is great. I mean, I've settled in and I know my favorite restaurants, and you know, I got my routine down, and you know, I know what to expect moving forward as far as the school year and all that kind of stuff. And so, but as far as me being comfortable, I'm chicken on a hot skillet. You know what I'm saying? You always going. So it's, but it's exciting. That's what keeps it fun too. So.
Coach, this is for you, Makai and JoJo. Who have you guys seen, younger members of the team, who have really stood out from the off season? You could tell that they worked hard and have come in with a real sense of, hey, we want to get the job done.
Right. Well, you know, I'm gonna let those guys. If somebody specific sticks out in their mind, all I've seen is a football team grow, really, because when I say that I feel like I've been coaching the same team forever now. I mean, I don't know anything at Jasper but this group of guys that I've been with really since we've been there. And so watching everybody grow has been exciting to me. So I'll let you
I think Zion, he's a good safety, DB, and running back. He could do it all. Let's see, Memphis Odom, great linebacker. He's a great linebacker. He could tackle. He can read. He know what to do.
Yeah, that's two good young ones. And you know, he picked out two of the 8th graders that had to play for us. Last year, and I think for them, wow, man, I almost feel like it was child abuse asking those guys to go out there in the 5A region we were in. You know, it was a hard, quick learn for those guys, and they hadn't done anything but responded, you know. So, and it's hard to believe. I look out there at them, they're only going to be 9th graders, you know, and all the snaps they've already played. So it's really, any young guys stick out in your mind?
I just think the whole team grew, you know. A couple of them stuck out, Memphis, Zion. That's about it, though. And, you know, I just think we grew as a team.
you know, we've got a few young linemen that I think are really gonna go, oh, where'd that guy come from? You know, Keith Parker, Donovan, Cody Mullins, some of those guys. I know they had a really good day today, is the word I got from their little OTA. And so, but again, you know, you start picking guys out, and it's really hard to do because it's just been incredible. It's been incredible all season for us, and it's been such great growth. And you know, I was so excited to get back in the weight room. You know, with part of the coaching changes, you know, it gave me a chance to be back running the weight room again, and that's something that I love is the training aspect of it. And so, you know, it's just day one to now. It's been an incredible journey.
And one thing, Coach, with the change, I do see some games that are obviously a lot further out in the area than what you're used to. Mostly the past year has been like some of the Birmingham metro area, whereas you've got games against Athens, Columbia. Those games are a little bit more travel intensive. Is that something that you guys have thought on this far out?
Yeah, you know, we'll try and make sure that we get our guys out there in plenty of time, but we'll have a routine, and we'll go through that routine, and that routine won't change from game 1 to game 15. You know, I mean, however many games we play, it'll be the same routine. And so we're going to have to get on a bus, but we're going to have to get on a bus a couple of times early, you know, and make some tracks. And so hopefully that'll be a great learning experience for us early on. But again, you know, last year getting on the bus a couple times, you know, the Homewood game, you know, when you're sitting in that traffic in downtown Birmingham on a Friday afternoon, it feels like it's a long ways away, you know, even though it's probably just a few miles. And so we've had some experience getting on buses and going, but you know, that's part of the nature of this game is you know, keeping your focus where your focus should be, and that's on the game itself, you know, regardless of the bus ride or the day of the week it is or the time it is, you know, just stay focused on the job at hand. And you know, I think we're going to be better at doing that because our level of maturity has improved so much over the last year.
Has Coach Jordan not gotten you guys a police escort, or what's the deal?
Listen, I don't know how we're going to handle that. We hadn't had, you know, we've had other things going. It's really exciting times in our field house, you know. I mean, with the weight room, the new weight room last year, you know, we're in the process right now of the new locker room. You know, you can ask these guys about the new lockers. They are out of this world, big time and stuff like that. And so here in a couple of weeks, I'm sure Coach Jordan will pin me down, and we'll really start focusing in on our Friday schedule for these games. I mean, he's an amazing athletic director. I got to give him a shout out because he takes so much off of my plate and just allows us as coaches to focus on our players and do our thing, because he's always behind the scenes, doesn't give enough credit for the job he does for us at Jasper High School and all of our athletics.
Last question, and I'm going to open this up for both Makai and JoJo. What in the past year have been an accomplishment that you've really been proud of? Doesn't have to be on the football field, could be anything in your personal life, could be in another sport. What's really stood out for you this past year?
I don't really know for real, but I could think of something like, I think I have got better, like my attitude have gotten better. I think I respect the coaches more. I listen to the coaches more. I can take hard coaching more than what I could last year. I think I have been working in the weight room.
Beefcake.
I think that's about it, though.
I think you know, going to school, grades have gotten better, and progression in the weight room, and just learning stuff from each coach that has a chance to teach me, so I'll listen, and that's about it.
Yeah, it's really good. Good.
Any other questions, guys? Coach, it's absolutely been great to see you guys and Makai and JoJo once again. We'll be watching as the Vikings plunge into this new region in 2024. Best of luck to you guys.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We appreciate all support.
Well, we are going to be back at about 3 o'clock to wrap everything up. 3 o'clock, we'll be back.
Good. Thank you.
As we're wrapping up WJLX Media Day 2024, got to thank Los Reyes here. They have been absolutely great hosts. This is probably, guys, y'all been involved in most of our media days. This is probably the smoothest one that we've ever been to.
It is. It really is. And speaking of Los Reyes, great hospitality. They've done well. Great food. Can't wait to get into that later. Enjoy a chimichanga or something. But yeah, it's a very good media days. I was glad that we had everybody here this year, all of our coaches. All in all, I'd say it was a pretty good day.
James?
You know, I'm hungry at this point.
Yeah,
I really am.
You and me
I'm
both.
hungry and I need a nap. So I think we can wrap it up fairly quickly. But it was a great day. Something to get everybody excited about high school football season. That's the reason we do this thing. Mm-hmm. To get people excited, get the communities excited, and to be just a place where we can highlight these student athletes. We talk to the coaches a lot, but it's so cool to be able to see these young guys, these students, to come out and see them break out of their shell. I think all the players did a phenomenal job of being able to speak and tell us intelligent things. You know, so I think it was a great day. Good job by Brett and Terrell in the background. I think everything went well.
And Jonathan, of course, decided he didn't want to join us up here.
I know it. He was being mean and snobby and wrecking stuff behind the scenes.
So, anyway, guys, last thoughts on Media Day 2024. Anything that jumps out on you?
What's my appetite for football season? I'll say that. First game of the year is going to be Curry and Carbon Hill at Carbon Hill. Great rivalry on a Thursday night, August 22nd. About 40 days away, so still a little bit of a wait, but it'll be here before we know it.
Jay?
Well, you know, I think we've had seasons where we've done Media Day and we go into the season with kind of a bad feeling of, all of our teams are going to be bad or things like that. And I really think from seeing the coaches and the players today, it's more of I have a really positive attitude. Like, I feel like everybody has shown improvement, whether it's just they've gotten better at speaking or they. These kids are bigger when they walk in. You can tell that these coaches have been at their programs now, and that they're making changes, and everything looks positive. And so I'm really optimistic about what we're going to see on the field when August gets here.
Now, just speaking as a father, because I've quickly learned how big the grocery bill gets around the house, but as great as the young man is, I'm glad I don't have to feed Bradley Willett. Do you?
Yeah. Well, I've fed a high school football player before. It's difficult.
Yes.
But I've got 4 girls too, and they eat as much as the old high school football player did.
I wouldn't doubt that. I wouldn't doubt that in the least. We want to thank our producer and engineer, Brett Elmore, and Terrell Morasco. They've done great jobs getting everything set up for today and getting us up and running. Randy Felding, as always, out here doing the photography for us and also running the cameras. He's done a great job, and just everybody behind the scenes have just done a great job this year.
Yeah, well, us on the scenes are messing it up. Everybody else behind them are fixing it. So definitely grateful to Terrell and Brett too, as well as Randy. So been a very excellent day, and looking forward to football season.
That's going to wrap it up for Media Days 2024 here from Los Reyes. WJLX presents, and we appreciate everybody. We will see you out on Friday nights. Support your teams. Good night, everybody.